Welcome, everyone. The December 10th, 2024 regular council meeting is called to order at 4:01. Council would like to acknowledge the Ucluelethat on whose traditional territories the District of Ucluelet operates. Audience members and delegates are advised that this proceeding is being video recorded and broadcast on YouTube and Zoom, which may store data on foreign servers. Has Council received the three late items? One item was distributed on Monday and the other two were distributed today. I will move that the December 10th, 2024 regular council meeting agenda be amended by adding the late item titled Further Correspondence Related to Bylaw Number 1355, 2024 and DVP to Public Hearings Item 5.12. Adding the late item titled ARIF Response to December 10th, 2024 Agenda 221 Monado OCP and Zoning Bylaw to Item 7.3. And adding the late item titled Clayoquot Biosphere Trust Alternate Director as Report Item 8.5.
I'll second.
All in favor? None opposed, that carries. It's funny that I don't have to look up at the screen now when I'm passing motions. We have all five of us here. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda December 10th, 2024 regular council meeting as amended?
So moved.
Councillor Kennington.
Second.
Councillor Anderson. All in favor? None opposed, that carries. We have one set of minutes to consider, September 24th, 2024 regular council meeting minutes. Are there any errors or omissions?
There are.
There are. Councillor Hoare?
I'm going to get to the right page. In the councillor reports, there is a word missing. It says that we attended the Union of British Columbia annual convention, but municipalities should be included in it, and it occurs in all of our reports.
Okay, so that's Union of British Columbia, yes. The word municipality should be in there before annual convention.
Yeah.
Duly noted. Thank you. Any other errors or omissions? If not, may I have a motion to adopt the minutes as amended?
So moved.
Councillor Hoare?
Second.
Oh, Councillor Mafty, I think you won that one. All in favor? None opposed, that carries. We will now conduct two individual public hearings. The first public hearing is on District of Ucluelet Zoning Amendment Bylaw Number 1355, 2024. This hearing is also the opportunity for members of the public to comment on Development Variance Permit 24-04. The second public hearing is on District of Ucluelet Zoning Amendment Bylaw Number 1356, 2024. This hearing is also the opportunity for the public to comment on Development Variance Permit 24-08. As provided for in the Local Government Act, Council is required to hold a public hearing before adopting a zoning bylaw, an official community plan bylaw, or amendments thereto, unless the public hearing is prohibited by the Local Government Act or waived by Council in accordance with that Act. This evening there will be two hearings. At the conclusion of each, the hearing will be closed. Once the public hearing is closed, Council cannot accept further communications or presentations from the applicant or the public respecting the proposed bylaw unless Council decides to hold an additional public hearing. Please note there will be no decisions made during these hearings, and Council is under no obligation to enter into debate on any issue. The purpose is to hear from the public before third reading of each bylaw. Council may consider amending the proposed bylaws based on the public input received at the public hearings. At a public hearing, all persons who deem their interest in property affected by the proposed bylaw will be given an opportunity to be heard or to present written submissions on matters contained in the bylaw. However, all who speak must restrict their comments to the subject bylaw, and it is my responsibility to ensure that all remarks are so restricted. You will have 5 minutes to address Council for the first time. The clerk will advise you when your time is up. After everyone has spoken once, those wishing to speak again will have another opportunity. After hearing submissions from members of the public, council may ask questions to clarify what has been said. However, this is not a Q&A session or a town hall meeting. To maintain an atmosphere that is respectful of all points of view, it is important for the audience to refrain from applauding or cheering for speakers, or booing. Today, applicants and members of the public can participate in person or electronically. All speakers must state their name and address. And Mr. Rotenberg, you have some information for us.
Through the mayor. The subject zoning amendment bylaws, development variance permits, related materials, and District of Ucluelet zoning bylaw and the District of Ucluelet community plan are available for view at the back desk, at the back table, right here at the back of the room, and on the district's website. The public may participate in this hearing in person, by phone, by Zoom, or by emailing communityinput@ucluelet.ca. To speak in person, raise your hand when the mayor calls on you for in-person speakers. The mayor will call on you when it's your turn. Please speak from the mic at the podium. To speak by Zoom, click the raise your hand icon when the mayor calls for speakers via Zoom. When it's your turn, you will be called on by your Zoom name, so ensure it's your first and last name. To speak by phone, press *9 when the mayor calls for speakers calling in. When it's your turn, you will be called on by the last 3 digits of your phone number. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Any unpublished correspondence about the bylaws or development variance permits received at communityinput@ucluelet.ca before the end of the public hearing will be read into the record. Please put the bylaw or variance number in the subject line and keep your emails short. For further details about how to participate by Zoom, telephone, or email, visit ucluelet.ca.
All right, we will now move on to item 5.1, which is our first public hearing. I now declare the public hearing for District of Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1355/2024 open. This public hearing is also an opportunity for the public to comment on development variance permit 24-04. The bylaw and development variance permit relate to the property at Lot 2, Plan EPP 117265, known as the Cabins at Terrace Beach. The Director of Community Planning will now provide a brief overview of the proposed bylaw and development variance permit. After the Director speaks, the applicant will have an opportunity to speak, and then I will call for public input. Mr. Gregg.
Thank you. And through the mayor, just in general terms, the purpose of zoning amendment bylaw number 1355/2024 is to amend the District of Ucluelet zoning bylaw number 1160/2013 to allow a minimum lot size of 680 square meters, whereas the zoning bylaw requires a minimum lot size of 1,000 square meters. And this is to facilitate a proposed 3-lot subdivision of the subject property and subsequent stratification of 13 existing resort condominiums that have been constructed or will be constructed on the property. Also, the development variance permit 24-04, the purpose in general terms is to vary the District of Ucluelet zoning bylaw number 1160/2013 to permit, first of all, a minimum front yard setback for a proposed resort condo cabin of 2 meters, whereas 6 meters is required by the bylaw, a minimum front yard setback for an existing accessory building of 1 meter, and an exterior side yard setback for that same accessory building of 2.5 meters. And I will just briefly point out where those are located on the site for council and for anyone audience or online. Just briefly on the screen there, on the left-hand side of the screen was the site plan that was developed for the development permit that was issued a few years ago for the development, and you can see along the left-hand side 13 cabins that were proposed to be built on what was the old alignment of the Peninsula Road right-of-way. It's sort of a C-shaped parcel, and so on the right-hand side, there's the dark outline is this sort of funny-shaped C-shaped parcel, which includes on the upper right a portion that was originally proposed to have a future mixed-use building, the sort of purple area along Peninsula Road near Boardwalk that's shown on the development permit site plan. And then the lower right corner part of the C has another small mixed-use building that was proposed in that corner as well. So the subdivision proposal is essentially to split those 3 pieces so that the cabins would be on one parcel, the 2 future mixed-use areas would be on 2 different parcels, but essentially the development would still follow the same pattern as was approved a few years ago. And so this, what's now on the screen, shows the Lot 2, which is currently that, we've rotated it, so now it looks like a U-shaped parcel rather than C, but that would be split into like the 3 lots, the one on the left, one along sort of the bottom portion, and then the leg on the right would be the third. And I will just zoom in and point out the variances. And so the 13th cabin, which is labeled as cabin number 21 in this image, it would have a reduced 2-meter setback from it. Technically, its front is off the Seabridge Road right-of-way, which would be on the right-hand side of the property line. And then the small utility building that's in the upper portion there that is circled, it would have a 1-meter setback. It has a 1-meter setback from Seabridge and a 2.5-meter setback off of Peninsula Road. So those variances would essentially enable this subdivision to proceed. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Gregg. Any questions for staff? Okay, this is an opportunity for the applicant to present. Please speak from the mic or click the raise hand icon to present via Zoom. Mr. Cole.
Doug Cole, 1749 Larch Road. I represent the owners of the cabins and received the late agenda item, and I thought I would try to just highlight where the development has been and what some of the public benefit has been, as opposed to some of the, I guess, assertions of the late agenda item. One of the assertions is we would have to move the site servicing and the waste dumpster. That's really not true. In conversations I had with Bruce and John as we went through this process, if that Lot C ever became something else, a small development of some sort, we wanted to know that there would be another place we could put the dumpster. So I showed it on the north. It doesn't mean that we're doing that. And as far as access for large vehicles and trucks servicing the site, we have in-place easements, mutual easements and maintenance agreements across the cabin's check-in property, down through the lot and out the end of the C. So those are in place now, and of course would be more formalized when the properties were subdivided further. From a high-end look at this, some of the parking issues that existed on Seabridge Way beforehand were resolved through the donation of land by the client. A large Indian First Nations midden was protected, and that land was donated at no charge to the Ekluthoth. So the public benefit, there's also, one of the things that was in here was about the trails. There's dedicated easements in place now to provide public access for trails that would take it off of the late agenda items property, the lower end of their property. So all of those are in place. The trails are ready to be relocated to serve the public in the entire district of Ucluelet to access Terrace Beach. So I think on balance, it's been a good application, and really we're not asking for any more in the way of setbacks than were already granted, the 2-meter on the south and the others. We're now just trying to make it more formal to put it into 3 parcels, and that's it.
Thank you. Does council have any questions for Mr. Cole? No, I think we're good. Thank you for coming to present to us. We are now moving on to the public input section of this public hearing. I will call 3 times for speakers. This is the first call for speakers. Are there any members of the public attending in person who wish to address this bylaw or the development variance permit? Please raise your hand. Are there any members of the public attending by Zoom? that wish to speak, click the raise your hand icon.
No hands are raised at this time.
Okay, and are there any members of the public attending by phone that wish to speak? Press star 9 if you wish to speak.
There appears to be none.
Okay, I do note the 2 correspondence items, including the late item added to the agenda. Have we received any unpublished correspondence about the bylaw or development variance permit to communityinput@ucluelet.ca?
No further emails have come in at this time.
Okay, second call for speakers. Are there any members of the public attending in person that wish to speak to District of Ucluelet Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 1355, 2024 and Development Variance Permit 2404? Still none. Are there any speakers on Zoom?
There are no hands raised at this time.
And are there any speakers calling in?
There appears to be none.
And have we received any additional correspondence or emails?
Still no additional emails at this time.
All right, third and final call for speakers. Are there any members of the public attending in person who wish to speak to this bylaw or the development variance permit? Still none. Are there any speakers on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Any speakers calling in?
There are no speakers calling in.
And have we received any new correspondence or emails about the bylaw or development variance permit?
No further emails have come in.
All right, I now declare public hearing for District of Ucluelet Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 1355, 2024, and the public input opportunity for Development Variance Permit 2404 closed at 4:18 p.m. We will now move on to our second public hearing. District of Ucluelet Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 1356, 2024, and Development Variance Permit 2408. I now declare the public hearing for District of Ucluelet Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 1356, 2024 open. This public hearing is also an opportunity for the public to provide input on Development Variance Permit 24-08. This zoning amendment bylaw and development variance permit relate to the property at 1768 Peninsula Road. The Director of Community Planning will now provide a brief overview of the proposed bylaw and development variance permit. After the Director speaks, the applicant will have an opportunity to speak, and then I will call for public input. Mr. Gregg.
Thank you, and through the Mayor. So in general terms, the purpose of the zoning amendment bylaw number 1356, 2024 is to amend the District of Ucluelet zoning bylaw number 1160, 2013 to change the designation of the northeasternmost 501.6 square meters of the property at 1768 Peninsula Road from CS2 Service Commercial to CS1 Village Square Commercial in its zoning designation, and to decrease the lot frontage minimum and lot size minimum, and to define the number of allowable resort condo units to be 1 or 2 units. And that's within an existing building on the property. Also, the development variance permit number 24-08 is to vary the zoning bylaw number 1160, 2013 to permit the following: a minimum interior side yard setback of 0 meters for an existing building, whereas the bylaw requires 1.5 meters. To vary the parking requirement to 5 spaces, whereas 8 would be required by bylaw. To reduce the parking aisle width to 6.3 meters, whereas 7.5 meters is standard in the bylaw. And to allow narrower landscaping widths and the height of the landscaping for screening that parking than is required, and instead to have some fencing and narrower landscaping. And I will just point out for those viewing. This is the property. If Larch Road is on the left-hand side of the screen and Peninsula Road is on the far right-hand side of the screen, it's a long sort of skinny lot that extends between the two roads with the two sort of yellow areas, which are the existing buildings. So that the Pina is the retail shop that people are probably most familiar with, would be on the right-hand side facing Peninsula Road. The proposal is quite simply to because it has road frontage on both sides, to split the lot, to keep the existing buildings. And so some of the variances are really around allowing the existing buildings there. And the variances that are being proposed are for the setback. There's a zero setback essentially with the existing building, for the number of parking spaces that would be at the rear of the property, and then the landscaping that's along the little bit on Larch Road, and then along the side property line where it's essentially what's being proposed is a new fence to screen the parking lot rather than a wider landscape area. And that there, as part of the proposal, the parking would serve, would be a covenant on the property, so the parking would serve both properties still. And there's some easements that would be required for servicing that crosses between the two. So in a nutshell, that's the proposal, that's essentially to facilitate this proposed subdivision to split the property into two. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gregg. Little fun fact, I don't know how many people will remember this, but before Pina was there, that was our library. Before this community center was built. Anyway, fun fact. Does council have any questions for staff? Nope. All right, this is an opportunity for the applicant to present. Please speak from the mic or click the raise hand icon to present via Zoom. Doesn't look like, oh, are you speaking on for this one as well, Mr. Cole? Okay, thank you.
Getting good at this. Hi, Doug Cole, 1749 Larch Road, and I represent the applicant, Ann Kim and Helen Cho. And the purpose of the request is for their long-term planning for the properties. It's, as you know, if you go by there, it's a bit of an odd property and so long and so narrow, and it has two separate buildings on it. This would more formalize the ability to whether develop or maintain and just have a more sense of an agreement of the access between the two properties and how it's all taken care of. So that's really the intent. And of course, the setback on the side of the Pina Styles is, it's sort of hard to move the building. It's literally built on the property line right now against the wreckage. So that's why we're asking for that to be, and it is a firewall, by the way, already. So that's why we're asking for that to be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Any questions from council to the applicant? No, we're a quiet bunch tonight. We are now moving on to the public input section of this public hearing. I will call 3 times for speakers. This is the first call for speakers. Are there any members of the public attending in person who wish to address this bylaw or the development variance permit? Please raise your hand. Nobody in-house. Are there any members of the public attending by Zoom that wish to speak? Click the raise your hand icon.
There are no raised hands at this time.
And are there any members of the public attending by phone that wish to speak? Press star 9.
There appears to be none.
And I note the correspondence included in the agenda. Have we received any unpublished correspondence or emails about the bylaw or development variance permit?
There are none at this time.
All right, second call for speakers. Are there any members of the public attending in person that wish to speak to District of Ucluelet Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 1356/2024 and Development Variance Permit 24-08? Still nobody. Moderator, are there any speakers on Zoom?
There are no raised hands on Zoom.
And are there any speakers calling in?
There appear to be none.
And have we received any additional emails?
No additional emails at this time.
Okay, third call for speakers. Are there any members of the public attending in person who wish to speak to this bylaw or development variance permit? Are there any speakers on Zoom?
There are no raised hands at this time.
Are there any speakers calling in?
There appears to be none.
And have we received any new emails on the bylaw or development variance permit?
No additional emails at this time.
All right, I now declare public hearing for District of Ucluelet Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 1356, 2024, and the public input opportunity for development variance permit 24-08 closed at 4:27 p.m. Is there any unfinished business from council? Okay, there are 4 bylaw items on the agenda. The first bylaw item is 7.1, zoning amendment and DVP for Lot 2 Plan EPP 117265. Council completed a public hearing on this proposed zoning amendment bylaw and the related development variance permit just earlier in this meeting. The Director of Community Planning will now provide a brief overview.
I'll be recusing myself for this as I was the planner and architectural designer for the project.
Okay, Councillor Kennington is recusing himself. Do you have anything further to report, Mr. Gregg?
Through the mayor, simply having now that the public hearing's been completed, council's in a position to consider third reading and adoption of the bylaw number 1355, and also consider issuing the development variance permit 2404. I think the details have been presented in recent memory, so I don't have anything to add.
All right, thank you. There are some recommendations, 3 recommendations. I believe they would need to be moved separately, Mr. Rotenberg?
Yes, best to move them separately.
Okay. Does anyone have an appetite for that? Councillor Anderson?
I'll move the council give third reading to District of Ucluelet Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 1355, 2024.
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second.
Councillor Mafty seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? None opposed? That carries. Go ahead.
I will also move the council adopt to District of Ucluelet Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 1355, 2024.
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Councillor Hoare seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Go ahead.
I will further move that council authorize the Director of Community Planning to execute and issue development variance permit 24-04.
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second.
Councillor Hoare seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. The second bylaw item is 7.2, zoning amendment and development variance permit for 1768 Peninsula Road. Council also just completed a public hearing on the proposed zoning amendment bylaw. Oh, sorry, Councillor Kennington, forgot about you. And related development variance permit earlier in the meeting. The Director of Community Planning may have more to say about this. Mr. Gregg?
Through the mayor, really nothing to add. It's just now council's in a position to consider third reading and adoption of the bylaw and issuance of the development variance permit.
Thank you, Mr. Gregg. There are 3 recommendations, if anyone has an appetite for those. And they should be moved separately as well. Councillor Anderson, sure.
Roll. I'll move the council give third reading to District of Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1356, 2024.
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second.
Councillor Mafty seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries.
I'll also move the council adopt District of Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1356, 2024.
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second.
Councillor Mafty seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed, that carries.
I will finally move that council authorize the issuance of development variance permit 24-08.
I'll second.
Councillor Mafty seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor? None opposed, that carries as well. Thank you. The third bylaw item is 7.3221 Monado Road, ARIF OCP Amendment Rezoning and Environmental DP. Council, please note the late item submitted by the applicant. After the Director of Community Planning presents this report, the applicant will have an opportunity to address council. Mr. Gregg.
Thank you, through the mayor. I'll just note that I won't read through the entire application, and we'll let the applicant sort of present the sort of details of what they're proposing. I think what I'll focus my comments on the staff report and the recommendations, and also some of the late correspondence to try and answer some of the questions that are out there. Because I think council and many members of the public may already be quite familiar with the proposal, having had a public open house and a lot of community interest in this housing development. So I would say, like, back in May, the applicant, one of the things I'll talk about first is the biologist assessment. That was one of the questions that was brought up, that the applicant was made. I'll just shift. There, we have an image of what's sort of the site plan that's proposed. As I was saying, back in May, the applicant was made aware of the need for a biologist assessment of the site. And I wanted to just address one of the comments. Chris Zamora of Aquaparian Environmental Consulting is a perfectly qualified QEP. That I think there's a suggestion that we were questioning their abilities, but not at all. But really, the client, I think, commissioned a very narrow study in the scope of work, and it's not a full biophysical assessment of the site, which would be typical and required as part of the development process. So it does appear to take as a starting point the assumption that the approvals are already in place to clear, construct retaining walls, and fill or regrade most of the site, and that is a sort of a narrower scope than really looking at what is there on the site and then overlaying what is being proposed, and to discuss or make recommendations on how would that impact the environment of what's on the site, what's on the adjacent parkland in Olsen Bay. So briefly, so this is the site. This was 10 years ago. Council was aware that since then the former owners, they did some clearing without permits. That was 2 owners ago. So essentially, this is a 2019 aerial photo that shows that some of the area, or large area of the property, was previously cleared. And so the as part of that was when the Aquaparian Environmental Consulting got involved for the previous owners, and they were looking. And so here's the from 2019. There was a development permit for some revegetation because the clearing had gone into those setback areas around the marine shoreline and the stream corridor. So this sort of, it's a bit washed out on the screen there, but the green areas were some areas of replanting that was part of that revegetation development permit. And so a lot of the report that's in the application is really a revisit of that, and some of the comments are around the need to do additional planting because some of the trees didn't take, and so there's some discussion around replanting of that area. That is a little different than what's typical, where you'd be looking at what is sort of the lay of the land and what are all of the habitat values that are there prior to development. So the site and the proposed development, certainly it's a significant amount of housing, so it would have impacts around the site with significant tree removal, and that's essentially what we're bringing forward, is that would typically have the scrutiny and have the sort of discussion from the qualified environmental professional on what would the impacts be on the surrounding habitat, including Olsen Bay and the shoreline park and stream corridor. So the staff recommendations are to really, the recommendations are intended to ensure that we're adequately protecting the environment, but also to avoid the risk that this development could run into. It could run into delays further on. Essentially, not we're suggesting here's new hurdles to put in the way, but rather there are some hurdles. And so whether you clear them now or further on, you want to be prepared for it and avoid running into it as part of the process. The other comment in the staff recommendations was around the proforma. And again, it's trying to avoid having the risk that there could be some delay or difficulty with the development if all of the material that council is making its decision on is not disclosed ahead of a public hearing. We're always trying to be very careful to ensure that council's decisions are going to be, the process is clear and not going to be liable to challenge. And so I would just also note that if council, so the recommendation is that we get the additional information before proceeding to consideration of the bylaws and public hearing. And there's an alternative there for council if council wishes to move this forward and proceed to essentially proceed with the bylaws and moving it to a public hearing sooner. And if so, it would be wise for council to sort of turn its mind to what conditions would be sort of required to ensure that this is in the public interest. And so in the draft of the table of the council motions includes, I think it's number 5, where there's sort of a blank to be filled in of typically what would council see, so that those conditions which are set by council are out there so that the public sees that ahead of the public hearing. And I would note that as a starting point, I think it's on the late agenda, the response provided by ARIF, I think it's on page 20, it does talk about, the having a covenant on the lot 1 and the lot 2 for the housing pieces there, and as the 4 bullet points that are listed there, I think underneath that start to get to what tend to be the content points of developing those sorts of covenants. So that's certainly worth council consideration. As I said, I think to make best use of everyone's time in a pretty stacked agenda, I won't go into walking through all the details of the application and the 600 pages of correspondence we now have, but to leave that to the applicant to sort of give the overview of what they're proposing, but also to see at this point if there are any questions from council.
Thank you, Mr. Gregg. I do appreciate that this report got onto this agenda for this evening. It was at council's request that it be on tonight's agenda in the best interests of moving projects forward, and so I know some overtime was put in, and I just want to express my appreciation for getting this report, and I'm sorry for the tree that had to die to prepare it, but no, it was great to have this information. Does council have any questions for Mr. Gregg? No. Would the applicant like to address council? Mr. Hunt? Not at this time. Okay. So there are some recommendations. And there seem to be 5 sort of areas that staff are hoping to get further clarification on. And the applicant has addressed those in the late item that came through today. Possibly not entirely to the satisfaction of staff, but to some degree. And with the idea that those 5 items could be worked on soon, I would tend to look to option B myself, which would be to give first and second reading in preparation for a public hearing, but happy to get comments from my councillors. Anyone? Councillor Kennington?
Yeah, so dug in pretty hard on this and looked at the different options and recommendations and you know, had some discussions with Arif and then some discussions with Sean or Councillor Anderson, sorry. And we felt that there's a bit of give and take in here. So we've kind of taken some of the recommendations from staff and we've clarified a couple of things. And so I'm hoping that we can put these out on the floor. And they are pretty much aligned with the staff report. So if it's okay with you, it's in line with what you're suggesting. So if you don't mind, I would make a motion.
Well, should we take comments from other councillors first before you make a motion?
Sure.
Okay. Councillor Anderson?
Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat in the sense that we've read through the plethora of information on this one, and we've had clarification from the proponent as well. And in the interest of the community, I think we kind of hashed out what we're in line with most of the suggestions that are in here, but then some we think are maybe over the top and not in the interest of a timely build. So yeah, there's definitely some motions that we crafted that are slightly different than this.
From option B you're talking?
Yeah.
Mostly related to because in the recommendation B, there's like sort of a blank where it says council will fill in these sections. So that's kind of where the changes are. It's more of an addition to the existing recommendation than it is changes to the recommendation.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Mafty?
I'd like to hear more about the proposed motions, and I think that would be a logical place to start the discussion.
Councillor Hoare?
I'm all for hearing what the public has to say, but I am curious to hear what these proposed motions are, and how they differ from what's in the agenda as option B.
Well, the public will have their say at the public hearing in January, hopefully.
But
Yeah.
This is why I'm not averse to, moving things forward so that we can get public input. I think it's really important on a project of this size in such a sensitive biological area. That there was a late letter to us that hasn't made it on the agenda or any of the late items yet, but it had a few points that I was going to make biologically as well, but I'm pretty sure it might get read into the...
I saw that come through, and what I suggested to Ms. Beasley was that her letter could become part of the public hearing process,
Yeah.
because she does raise some good points.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Councillor Kennington?
Okay.
Do we want to bring those up on the screen, or
Do we
Joey?
have them written out?
Joey, do you have them handy?
Option B.
Sorry, are we bringing up option B from the report, or are we bringing up the options per Councillor Anderson?
Why don't you read the resolutions one by one, and we'll bring them up, because
Sorry.
So I think this makes the most sense. Staff have received the motions from Councillor Anderson. So I think why don't you read the first motion, and then we'll bring it up on the screen to make sure it aligns with what you're reading.
Sure, sure.
So
Go ahead with that now.
Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, I'll move the council give first reading to the Ucluelet Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw number 1366, 2024.
First and second is what is written.
No, it says first. Well, at least what's in option B is the council give first reading. Has that changed? You've made a change to that?
Yeah, I think, yeah, if we throw the other motions up, because they could go in place of this. Yeah. But we could, do you want to put them up on the screen, Joey? Is that possible so we can all see them?
So this is what we received from Councillor Anderson, and
One moment.
would you like us to present them one motion at a time? Or do you want them sort of in blocks from 1 till 5 and then from 6 till 9?
I think they need to be moved separately, though, do they not?
They do, and I think it would be best in this case for us just to present them one at a time. So just give us a second to kind of break them up onto different slides, okay?
It's totally up to you, whatever's easier.
Our understanding of the resolutions as they've been sent to us is they're kind of two separate sets here. There's one that have to do with bylaw 1366 and 1367. We've broken those up onto single slides, and we're ready to present those at this point. Are you okay to deal with those first and go on to the other ones afterwards, Councillor Anderson?
Sure.
Okay, so I think you can start with the first resolution. One point that we'd make just on these resolutions is that when you're referring to the bylaw, I believe the official name of the bylaw is District of Ucluelet, Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw 1366-2024, not Ucluelet Official Community Plan. So you just have to add those words, District of Ucluelet. And then I don't think the page reference on the agenda is necessary here. So that can be changed if you'd like to, but why don't we put those the first resolution up there, and we'll see if it reflects what you're trying to get at.
All right. So yeah, my mistake. The first time I read that, I thought that they were identical, the two there, but I didn't realize there's the second reading in there for the amendment. So yes. So I would like to move that council give first reading and second readings to District of Ucluelet Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw number 1366/2004 in page
2024.
What's that?
You said 2004?
Oh, I did that last time too. I was going back
The
in time.
other thing that I was recommending is I don't think you need to do
Reference
in
the page?
page 695
Okay.
of the agenda. So maybe do over.
Okay, I'll start it again. Here we go. I will move that council give first reading and second readings to District of Ucluelet Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw number 1366/2024.
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Councillor Kennington seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor? None opposed. That carries.
So I see that there's this resolution here, and then the subsequent resolution is a resolution to amend the bylaw. My recommendation to council would be that rather than amending the bylaw at this point, you give staff direction on how you would like the bylaw to be amended, so staff can prepare those amendments for you and present them to you and to ensure that the bylaw is coherent. The following page includes a series of motions, and this is not typically how you would amend a bylaw on the fly. The typical mode of amending a bylaw on the fly, or amending the bylaw at any point by council, would be for council to make a resolution that sort of sounds like this. That council directs staff to amend the bylaw, and so this is just an example. They amend the bylaw by inserting X and deleting Y. Moving on to the next item, you'd say by inserting A and deleting Y. And you'd have to be very particular about the very specific portions of the bylaw that you're amending. So, for example, if I was making a motion like this, I'd make a motion saying that I would say, I'd like to give the bylaw first reading. The bylaw would receive for first reading. I'd like to make a motion to amend the bylaw. And that amendment would be to amend bylaw blah, 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 section A or section 1, sub B, delete word X, insert word Y. Right now, the way that this motion is drafted it's very vague, and it could create problems in the future. So what we're recommending instead is that council provide direction to staff, and staff come back with a bylaw that meets council's intentions at a future date. We could coordinate a special council meeting so we can get this done as quickly as possible, but we're urging council at this point to give staff the time to do the due diligence to ensure that the bylaw is coherent.
That makes sense, I think, Mr. Rotenberg.
Back to the previous motion. So this is the motion that we received from Councillor Anderson. So at this point, our recommendation would be, rather than making this motion, that you direct staff to make these changes to the bylaw and bring it back for council's consideration at first reading, rather than giving the bylaw first reading and then amending it at this point in time.
How does that affect the intended public hearing notification period? Are we able to get that information back to us for approval and still make that deadline?
What deadline are you referring to?
A public hearing on January 14th.
So it'd be very difficult to meet the deadline on January 14th because the Westerly does not, I believe the Westerly does not have an edition on January 1st. So
yeah, we have to publish 2 notices.
we have to publish 2 consecutive notices, and my memory of this is a little bit rusty, so I may have to get some help on this, but I believe they have to be within a certain period of the public hearing itself. And generally our practice is for it to be the 2 preceding Wednesdays. And those are the dates that the Westerly is open. I know the Westerly is not open for, I believe the Westerly does not have an edition coming out on January 1st, but we would have to check with the Westerly to see if they do or they don't. So we have to hit these specific dates, and I'm not positive, but it's possible that the Westerly does not have an edition for us to be able to make those dates and have a public hearing on the 14th. So we'd have to follow up with the Westerly to see when they're publishing.
I think you're correct. So the public hearing would be the 28th.
Through the mayor, alternatively, we could schedule a standalone public hearing, because public hearings do not have to occur during council meetings. So
Right.
it could be on a different date. We just have to meet these legislated deadlines with regard to notice, and we'd have to check to see if the Westerly is available to help us give that notice.
Okay. Have you kept up with all that?
To some degree, I don't want to make a mistake on the bylaws. So if we make those changes and amendments, I don't want to force the verbiage.
So I think Mr. Rodenberg is saying, rather than giving it first reading and then trying to amend it, don't give it first reading, but direct staff to craft the bylaw the way to reflect council's wishes.
But you still need a direction, right, for this. But you need the X and the Y is basically what you're saying here. So I need.
So at this point, let me try this again. It's
Can I-
tricky, right?
Can I read these out as they are? Do you get the idea enough to move forward with the drafting of those?
Yeah, I think that if you read this out and you change it to say, rather than that council direct staff to amend the following items in the draft bylaw, just you could change this to say that council direct staff to update the bylaw by, just kind of change the language of amend to update, and could you?
Oh, sorry.
So if that way you're giving staff direction, and it doesn't kind of imply that first reading has already been given.
Right. So I can just change amend to update and read this out, and that's enough information to work with.
Bruce, is that enough information to work with?
I think so.
And
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence, you had your hand up as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was just saying for council, because we know that timing is imperative with this project to keep it advancing as quickly as possible. We had a quick discussion with respect to these motions, and we likely could do a special meeting next week if council is available to get the bylaw, write it up for council, bring it back to council as a standalone special meeting to review, to make sure it reflects exactly what you're after, to make sure that the bylaw is coherent. And then council can then make a motion to adopt that bylaw, or to first and second reading, so that we can get it to the public hearing. So we can advance this fairly quickly, but changing the zoning amendment bylaw on the fly is challenging.
Fair enough. Okay. And Joey, do you know what you said? You have to have X and Y. So if we have, for example, in the first one, what the change is, but we don't have, it in that particular sentence, it doesn't have what it was previously, like the X and Y. But this is enough to move forward if I read it as is.
Yeah, I think at this point, because you're providing direction to staff rather than amending the bylaw, it can be looser.
Right.
If you were to be amending the bylaw on the fly, i.e. you'd already given it first reading and now you want to give it second reading as amended, we would really need really tight verbiage here so it's extremely clear exactly what council's intention is.
Sure. Okay, why don't I fire these off then with okay. So I'll move that council direct staff to update the following items in the draft bylaws to align with the updated master plan. A, CD 6.5 maximum size gross floor area to have a minor increase for lot 3 as follows: building footprint 2,475 square meter, gross floor area 3,850 square meters, proposed lot coverage 17%, and maximum lot coverage 20%. The totals at the bottom of the table will be updated accordingly. Probably don't need that last part.
I think it provides your intention through the mayor. And when you say the draft bylaws, are you referring to the zoning bylaw, or are we referring to the OCP bylaw? I assume the zoning bylaw here, but it would be good to be clear about that.
Okay, do you want me to read this again and say zoning bylaw?
Yes, another do-over.
Okay.
Practice makes perfect.
Yeah.
I know. Where am I here? This was
Yes, that's correct.
1367, 2024.
yeah. 1367.
Thanks for your patience.
Thank you. So I will move the council direct staff to update the following items in the draft zoning amendment bylaw 1367 2024 to align with the updated master plan. A, CD 6.5 maximum size gross floor area to have a minor increase for lot 3 as follows: building footprint 2,475 meters squared, gross floor area 3,850 meters squared, proposed lot coverage 17%, and maximum lot coverage 20%. The totals at the bottom of the table will be updated accordingly.
And then just continue on with all of this.
Yep. B, CD 6.7 maximum heights for the principal building to be increased from 9.5 meters for lot 1, 2, and 5 to accommodate the updated flood level. And C, CD 6.8 minimum setbacks for lot 4 commercial to be updated to 3 meters proposed and minimum front setback. D, definition of vacation rental and CD 6.2 permitted uses to be updated so that a secondary permitted use such as vacation rental is allowed without being in conjunction with a principal permitted use such as permanent resident occupation, only and limited to lot 3 and lot 5 homes.
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Councillor Kennington seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries.
Was that a vote for opposed?
If you don't put up your hand, you're in favor.
I was reading, so I did after the fact.
Do you want to talk about it? Do you want to debate it?
I'm just not sure about that last one, so, but we'll see what comes from staff. Anyway.
Yeah, this is directing staff to incorporate this to update the bylaw. So that's that motion does carry.
Good to go.
Yes, so my understanding is Councillor Anderson has another resolution, but this is related to the covenant. Is that correct, Councillor Anderson?
That last one that you is this?
Oh, sorry.
Which one are you talking about?
So Council direct staff.
This is OCP.
Yeah, I remember exactly. So at this point, you've given the OCP bylaw first and second reading. So in theory, and correct me if I'm wrong, Bruce, maybe you can help with this, we could actually refer the OCP bylaw to Ucluelet government, the Ministry of Transportation, as well as School District 70 at this point.
Through the mayor, yes, and given the timing that's being discussed here, it's probably better to do it sooner rather than later.
In other words, this motion follows the first motion that you adopted and makes sense in that context.
Right. So I'll move the council direct staff to refer District of Ucluelet Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw number 1366/2024 to the Ucluelet Government, the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure, and the School District 70 Board of Education for a period of 30 days for comment during the public notification period.
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Councillor Mafty seconds. Any further discussion? That's identical to motion 2 in option B here. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor? None opposed, that carries.
So at this point, because staff are drafting the zoning bylaw, we'd recommend deferring adopting this resolution until after council considers the zoning bylaw.
Right. But can we still achieve that date for a public hearing, though, if we have the early council meeting next week?
All depends on the timing of the Westerly News.
Right. But do we not have to make this public? This motion public?
Yeah, so this motion would have to be made in public, but at this point, you don't have first and second reading of the zoning bylaw. So in theory, at this point, you could refer the official community plan bylaw to public hearing, but you don't have first and second reading on the zoning bylaw, so it doesn't make any sense to refer it to public hearing at this point.
Right.
So in theory, you could nix the highlighted text there and refer the zoning bylaw or the official community plan bylaw to public hearing. But I think it makes the most sense for the zoning bylaw and the official community plan bylaw to go hand in hand to a public hearing together. Whether or not we can meet a January 14th deadline for the public hearing, I'm not sure at this point because of timing issues with the Westerly News. But as I said before, council can schedule a public hearing as a standalone event on a future date that better works with the Westerly schedule.
We're kind of beholden to that, the Westerly.
Yeah, we have to give two notices, and consecutively, I believe, and as close to the public hearing date as possible.
Yeah, it's consecutively, and I can't remember the exact details, but I think it's not less than 3 days or something along those lines. We'd have to look at the LGA. Maybe Bruce can help with this.
Through the mayor, and I'm also going by memory, it's like not less than 3 and not more than 10 has to be one of them. So it has to fall like within a week roughly of the public hearing itself. So it can't be like months ahead of time.
Right. So we can schedule a public hearing that on a date that works for us.
Of course, as long as we meet those legislative deadlines.
Right. So, Councillor Anderson, do you want to read the motion but leave out the highlighted part?
I'm trying to figure out if that you prefer. You think that it's better if I read these together, right? And wait and do this. Then they move together, or does it matter?
I'm not sure it entirely matters, because in theory you could refer the OCP bylaw to a public hearing, and then if council were to give first and second reading to the zoning bylaw at a later date, you could refer it to a public hearing at the later date, and they could still be scheduled at the same time. But
Right.
this resolution at this point, because the OCB bylaw is connected intimately to the application here itself, and the
Right.
application is about rezoning as well as an OCP bylaw, I think it kind of makes sense to adopt this resolution if council moves forward with first and second reading of the zoning bylaw. So you can do it now, or you could do it later, but we certainly would recommend cutting the highlighted text if you do it now.
Okay, why don't I do that? I'll do that now.
I'd also remove the reference to the January 14th meeting, because that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
If I may, Mayor McEwen, you could, or Councillor Anderson, you could substitute at the end there at, so development permit to be considered at the next opportunity, earliest opportunity for a public hearing. So it gives an indication to staff saying it's like, look, as soon as we can get the public hearing, that's when we want it to occur.
Can you change the wording, Mr. Rotenberg?
Or you can just,
Just for that last line.
We should.
given what we've been talking about with the zoning bylaw, I'd probably recommend just deleting this final line here. But we could do to a public hearing. What was your recommendation there, Dwayne?
Yes, at the earliest opportunity.
How badly did I spell opportunity?
Did just fine.
So here.
You spelled earliest right. I think that's the important part, right?
So I think that would be staff's recommendation there.
all right, I'll move the. Oh, good to go. I'll move the council.
Oh, boy.
Are we having fun yet?
It's a hidden camera show. I'll move the council refer Euclid Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw number 1366/2024 to a public hearing at the earliest opportunity.
And one recommendation here would be just to call it District of Euclid Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw rather than Euclid Official Community Plan Bylaw.
Okay, one more time. Here we go. Once again, I will move that council refer District of Euclid Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw number 1366/2024 to a public hearing at the earliest opportunity.
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second.
Councillor Mafty seconds. Any further discussion?
And this is why they don't like crafting on the fly.
You gotta figure it out at some point, right? We'll
Right.
just do it in public.
Yeah. No further discussion. All those in favor? None opposed. That carries.
Okay,
Is-
what's next?
Is there more?
Now there's a set. Okay. Okay. One more.
Throw a spanner in this one.
So once again, these are some resolutions that we received from Councillor Anderson earlier today. Just talking with Bruce right now, he noted first of all that the housing agreement portion here would be tied to a draft housing agreement bylaw. So that portion would be dealt with at the same council meeting that the zoning bylaw is brought back for council to consider. And then, given the timing issues associated with January 14th and our public hearings and the Westerly News, we'd recommend not tying it to a specific date at this point in time. But I'm going to throw this over to Bruce so he can explain in better detail than I.
Through the mayor, that the housing agreement is essentially it's a kind of a legal agreement covenant specifying shall be rental, shall be certain prices, whatever. The details of what is being proposed, having kind of that in just a skeleton of here's what the intent is, and some of that came in the late item, as I suggested. I think it's on page 20. That's useful to start sort of drafting that. But council has to adopt a housing agreement bylaw before entering into a housing agreement. So the timing of that, I think we could align that with the zoning as it comes forward. But I think the key is to see the intent of that sort of skeleton of here are the terms that council would be expected within lot 1 and 2 to be able to craft the draft agreement to bring forward to council.
All right, so how would I change that last part? We can do that during the zoning then.
So do we omit number 3?
Would you recommend scrapping it at this time, Bruce?
I think so. I mean, I think we understand the intent, and that there are some statements that made by the applicant in their late submission that I think start to give a framework to that we could suggest. I mean, the boilerplate of the agreement is pretty standard. We have a template. It's really what are those restrictions or commitments, listing those within it, and what the wording of that is really going to be the back and forth. I think we can get started on that.
All right, thank you.
Just bear with us for a moment so we can get the exact names of the bylaws in there.
If I may, Mayor.
Yes.
Just one thought. If council wishes to provide additional, like, the direction to staff to make sure that it's within the resolution, you could provide a resolution directing staff to work with the applicant to develop the housing agreement, right, to make sure that it's in a resolution so that staff has direction. We don't need it. Like, we understand the intent of council and we'll bring it back. But if council does wish to make a motion like that, you could include something like that in this series of motions.
But we don't need to? Is that
We've understand the direction of council. It's only a matter of a reassurance for council that we'll action it. We will regardless. So it's entirely up to council on whether or not you feel necessary to capture it within a resolution or not. But we can if you so choose.
But if you want to keep it simple, then just leave off number 3.
Yeah.
I think so. Joey's. I don't want to make Joey type any more than he has to.
You can. I can type whatever you'd like, within reason. We're just getting making sure we have the names exactly right. Do you have the zoning bylaw? There it is. Just review zoning amendment bylaw 1367. Just review Coolidge zoning amendment bylaw number 1367 2024. Okay. And is there something you'd like me to add as item 3?
We talked about the idea that we would direct staff to work with the proponent to create the housing agreement. And it doesn't seem to be imperative to do that, but I think we may as well. Why not?
Okay. I'll draft it as a standalone. Is this what you were thinking?
Yeah, that's the idea.
So that should say number 3 then in front of that.
I think that 1 and 2 are sort of attached to this this indication, so I think this should be a standalone.
Do it separately.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Here we go. You ready to do this? I doubt it. I'll move that council indicate that adoption of District of Euclid Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw number 1366, 2024 amendment and District of Euclid Zoning Amendment Bylaw number...
Apologies there, Sean. I'm sorry. This is a hangover. Sorry about that.
I was so close. I was
Sorry.
So close. I was so close. I thought I had this. I thought I had it. I guess it wasn't close at all. It wasn't close at all. I will move the council indicate that adoption of District of Euclid Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw 1366 2024 and District of Euclid Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 1367 2024 would be subject to the owners registering a Section 219 covenant on 221 Monotto Road to ensure the following is provided as a matter of public interest. Number 1, that an additional 1 meter setback from the property boundary will be covenanted along the foreshore and middle stream in accordance with the Aquaparian Environmental Report. And 2, that Form 3 in the BC Flood Hazard Area Land Use Management Guidelines will be signed by the developer/landowner to indemnify the municipal staff and council for development approval.
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second.
Councillor Kennington seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed, that carries.
I will further move that council direct staff to work with the applicant to develop a housing agreement.
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second.
Councillor Mafty seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor? None opposed, that carries. Is that the end of your motions?
I've got so many more motions actually that I...
More?
I'm just kidding. I don't. That's it. That's it.
That's it?
I think that's all. We still have actually, there is another... Yeah,
So
we do have
the next series of motions are associated with a covenant that's currently on title. Staff's recommendation in this case is fairly similar to the recommendation that we made regarding the bylaw. Staff's recommendation in this case is that rather than directing us to delete specific provisions or change specific provisions within the bylaw, that you tell us what council's intention is, and we can have our lawyers review the covenant, make changes to that covenant, and then present the same to council. The argument here is exactly the same with the zoning bylaw. We're recommending caution here to ensure cohesion and to ensure that provisions that council wants to keep are not thrown out inadvertently.
So we want to get it right the first time.
Better to get it right the first time.
Right. So what about, so the intention of am I on here? The intention of the first one is acceptance of the archaeology assessment report, and the second one is the acceptance of the assessment by the QEP. That's the purpose of that, so that we don't just keep going in circles with those, and we can move forward. Those ones I can understand though. It's 7 is basically waiving. Well, it is waiving the restrictive covenants 2C, 2D, and 3, and those are specific to what council talked about before, saying that there was an original covenant that held the developer to account to create the trails and build the trails to the satisfaction of staff, and this just removes those previous that previous covenant or those previous covenants that are specific to the trails. And allows them to it's just getting rid of an old covenant that was from a previous developer. And then 8, the final one, is removing the covenants for the previous site plan. And so they're replacing those, and these are going to be with the new housing agreement. So, for example, in the previous one, I believe it was District Group, had blocks drawn on the land and showed what the percentage of affordable would be. So 45% this, 40%, like whatever. And this just replaces this. This just gets rid of that. It's because they have their own, which is the housing agreement that we're talking about. If that makes sense.
It's, yeah, the covenants are specific to a plan that doesn't exist, so they're kind of moot at this point.
Yeah. So in that regard, Joey, what's your recommendation there?
From what I gather, you would prefer that we work with our lawyer to get it completely worded properly.
Yeah, we just want to make sure that the document's coherent and that we're deleting that council's waiving the right sections. So in terms of 7 and 8, if you let us know what your intention is here, I think we can move forward with that and ensure that that if there are any updates, that updates to the covenant align with your intentions.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you just, I gave sort of an intention there. I don't know if you got that.
You think I confused myself in a bunch of random words?
I think in this case, the covenants that we're talking about were covenants that pertain to a previous developer and a previous proposal that have just sort of been dragged along, but they no longer
covenant.
apply.
Yeah, covenants stay with the property until they get removed.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're just trying to remove those.
Yeah, I understand. I just want to make staff haven't had an opportunity to review the covenant in detail to ensure that 2C, 2D, and 3, for example, and 2 sub E sub I, 2 sub E sub II, and 2 sub E sub II are the right cross references. So if you tell us what your intention is rather than telling us to delete specific things,
We'll
we
get it
want to
right
make
the
sure we're
first
not
time.
deleting the wrong thing.
Yeah, I think the intent here is to remove all mention of the trail, because if you read the environmental assessment, it recommends against a trail in that 30 meters. And so at that point, this covenant goes against the QEP's recommendation for the trail.
I think we all agree that these covenants don't apply to this new developer, a lot of them, but I think we just need to have some satisfaction that the wording and the right covenants are being deleted and the wrong ones are not being deleted. So, Mr. Lawrence?
What I would suggest is to simplify this, is that council could direct staff to amend or revise the covenant to remove items that are referencing the construction of the trail. And I'm not familiar with 2EI, II, and III. So, it's you could just list out those aspects of it. So removal of references to the trail and whatever else council feels that is no longer applicable with the new development application.
So, sorry, I don't want to have this back conversation, but once again, we just need to understand what your intention is, and if it's to remove all reference in the covenant to the trail, tell us that that's what your intention is, and tell us to investigate that rather than striking it, and then we can come back with an updated covenant for council's approval.
Okay, that one.
What you said.
tell him, Sean.
Okay,
That's the intent. You nailed it.
one moment.
I'm just looking at the first two items with respect to the archaeological assessment and the QEP. So is it council's intent to strike the requirements or just accept? Because if we're amending the covenants, you wouldn't normally accept within the covenant that you've already accepted it. Council just through the application process accepts the archaeological assessment and the QEP reports.
I think what the intention is that we're accepting those as satisfying the covenant in place.
So it doesn't have to be redone by yet another.
Exactly. Like there's a
QEP.
covenant in place saying that a QEP has to provide a report.
Yeah.
And we're saying this is the report, and that there's been several reports, and we're just accepting, or we're saying that we've satisfied that checkbox for the development permit. That's the intent.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think I understand that. I'm just trying to contemplate whether or not you would want to do this within a covenant amendment, right? But you wouldn't want to strike the need entirely because council still wants that, but you're intending saying, yes, we've received that information.
That's correct. We're not striking the covenant. We're saying it's been satisfied.
Okay.
I have a recommendation here. If we're planning on coming back with an amended covenant for council, we could ask our lawyers how to best reflect council's resolution that they believe that those items have been satisfied within the covenant. So if that's a covenant update that our lawyers recommend in that case, we're bringing back the covenant one way or another, according to my second recommendation. So
So are these motions necessary at all?
I think the second motion certainly is. What do you think about the first motion, Bruce? Is it typical in this circumstance for council to specify that it's satisfied and direct staff accordingly?
Through the mayor. No, I suspect our lawyers would say, well, being satisfied means you've given approval to a permit or a zoning amendment, that the covenant was put on at a point in time when the previous owners had got zoning approval and said, okay, we're going to do these things going forward. If council is satisfied with the reports, well, then we're moving forward. That it would be either a matter of amending it, deleting it, but I don't think that the covenant having just language there saying, oh, this one's done would be typical. I've never seen something like that. Does that help?
Yeah, but the intent in this case, when I sent this, was it was with 2B, with the first one, in regards to the archaeological assessment. By looking at the report done by the Ucluelet Thought, we see that the areas of interest aren't in the buildable area that the Monado development is in. They're outside of that. There's an area to the south which doesn't fall within the Heritage Act, but it will be protected, and there's language about that. So we just thought this is something that we just don't want to get hung up on something in the interest of getting something done as far as affordable housing goes. And the second one is just the same with the QEP. We're just concerned that we're going to get kind of stuck in a hamster wheel here where, we find an old report that has something off-site that might be, and it just goes on. And so that's the intent, is to just put things at rest because they've been checked as far as being covenants that are requirements. That's the intent.
Does that help, Mr. Rotenberg?
I concur with Bruce on this one that the function of the covenant is to be in place until the permits are issued. It's saying we won't issue these permits until these things are satisfied. So moving this process through, moving into first reading and second reading, and then if council eventually adopts the bylaw is an indication that you're
everything's
satisfied
been
with those
satisfied.
reports.
Right.
If I can just jump in here, like to come at it from a different angle, my read on this is that what we're trying to communicate and what we're trying to avoid is a situation where we're like double, triple, quadruple checking stuff, and this came to a head last time with the tsunami report, where it was a situation that if it's repeated time and again, where everything we have to sort of like stamp it and then agree that we've stamped it and then go back and say like, oh yeah, that stamp is still there. Like the process is going to drag out. I think the underlying theme here is that we want to move expeditiously. I don't think anyone's trying to cut corners, and I think everyone's happy to take your recommendations to sort of do this correctly. But I think the whole idea here is just to make sure that we don't come back later on down the road and ask, oh, well, have we checked this box, when we're satisfied that at least some of these requirements are met. So even just for the sake of sort of putting that on the record as like that, I think that's where we're coming from here, is like we just want to make sure that we can move this process forward, not in an accelerated way where we're skipping steps, but we don't want to delay it in the sense that we're adding steps or building redundancy into the system here.
Okay.
I shouldn't say redundancy, where we're adding replication, cost, time, like.
Mayor McCune.
Mm-hmm.
We're just contemplating like if we don't want to remove it from the covenant, it would be noted that by referring, council has received this application now and contemplated it. Now, with that process of referring it to public hearing means that you've seen and accept, or not necessarily accepted, but you've seen the reports and are okay with it at this point in time, and now you're referring it to that public hearing. So there's then that means that step has now been completed, and now we just refer it out to the stakeholders. You close that government, school board, ministry, et cetera, and they come back with comments. You go out to the public to get their comments. On staff side, there's no further action that we would be undertaking between now and presenting this to council as for consideration. Once you refer it to public hearing, you're moving it forward. So you have I don't want to say accepted the reports within the application, but you have said, yeah, they are satisfying council's need with respect to this development at this stage of time.
So just to clarify, the previous motions that were made are basically, this would be a duplication of that, because by essence of moving it to public hearing, we've accepted the reports. Is that what you're saying?
In essence, yes. I'm just look at my director of planning. Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
that would be correct.
Another point of clarity I think that may help is specifically are the two reports that are they attached to the zoning bylaw, or are they attached to the official community plan amendment?
I don't know if you think that there's words on the screen, but there aren't. No. Okay. Just checking.
Big red and white squiggle.
Through the mayor, the two reports are really in support of the development application, which is for the development. So it's both, I guess, because it's the OCP amendment. That there's a number of pieces to it. So I wouldn't say it's like specifically to one or the other.
In that case, I'd just like to remind council that the official community plan bylaw has been referred to public hearing, but the zoning bylaw has not at this point because it hasn't come back to council.
Right, we understand that. So if you can put those motions back up and we just can come to a final conclusion whether they need to be made or not. It sounds like not. So the consensus is we don't need to make that motion. Is that correct?
I think that's the advice that that we've received at this point.
And
Yeah, that's fine. And you get the intent. I mean, it's like, yeah, the longer this goes on, the more expensive these units are, and that's the bottom line. And the more we drag it out, and you know, as far as I can tell, looking at the package, these requirements were satisfied to the best of my knowledge and from what I read. So the worry is that we'll be tacking on undue time, which puts on undue expense to the final person that gets into these units.
So it looks like Mr. Rotenberg's making some changes to number 7.
I think this is a starting point for a resolution you guys can make here in terms of the covenant's contents. And then, if you like, I can go like this, and then we can do points here. So I think this indicates what council's intention is, and what would happen here is that you direct us to prepare amendments to the covenant, and then we bring back the amended covenant for council to consider once it's prepared. So it's number 7 here. I'd appreciate any input from other staff members if they have anything to say.
So that's not a complete sentence.
Exactly. So my understanding was that it was reference to the trail, but we need a little bit of detail there.
So I think the first objective of council, if we're understanding it correctly, is to remove, which removes reference to the development of the trail. And I think you can just leave it at that. It doesn't matter if it's in relationship to housing or anything else. It's just remove any reference to the trail.
Exactly. That trail occurs on district land now. So
It
that's
does.
entirely different. Like, that covenant doesn't even apply to this property anymore. So there's no need for it to be there.
It's totally irrelevant. Yeah.
And I think that covers off most of 2C, 2D, and 3, if I'm not mistaken. And again, I'm not sure what 2E, I, and I were. Council Anderson, do you?
Yeah. You're looking at number 8.
Yes, number 8.
Yep, those were the covenants that were placed on, I believe, with district group. So it was the site plan where they had the blocks, and it was part of their housing agreement or covenants that were put on based on what their affordable housing blocks look like and what the percentages were.
So then it would be to replace the district group housing provisions with the ARIF housing provisions.
Housing agreement, correct.
Would
What
that
we call it a housing agreement? But
housing
yes,
agreement? Yes,
that's the intent. Yeah, exactly. We're just it's just housekeeping, really. Getting rid of these.
Yeah, it is. We fully anticipated that this covenant would be completely revised because it was with respect to a previous application. This is, but yes, so we totally anticipated that this would occur. Just not tonight.
Surprise.
So apologies, I didn't catch the and replaces. So if we could start there, I can copy it down for you.
Sorry, I just rereading this. So, council review, which removes reference to the development of a trail on the property and replaces reference to the district group housing agreements.
If I could jump in,
Absolutely.
it wasn't the district group. Some people remove that wording. It was the current owners. The district group did not rezone the property or
It's
have
two
a
different
covenant.
things I think we're thinking
Two
about there.
different points in time.
Right.
So it maybe just reference to replaces reference to the housing agreements, because we'll be updating. There's a tie-in here between the housing agreement that will be drafted and attached to a housing agreement bylaw and this, and so we'll tidy them up so they match.
Mr. Rotenberg, I might say updates instead of replaces reference to the housing agreements is updates the housing agreements. would be more appropriate. And just delete reference. Maybe even add at the very end, so updates housing agreements to the current proposal. Current proposal by, yes.
Should it reference Arif?
I was contemplating that as well. Mr. Craig, or sorry,
I,
through the mayor.
through the mayor, I think we want to retain the language around reference to the housing agreements, because the housing agreement is a larger agreement that isn't itself in this document. It's the one that's attached to the bylaw we'll be drafting. So that reference is useful to connect the two.
Makes sense. So does that top number 7 now satisfy the intent?
That looks like it replaces 8 as well. So. I think so. Prepare an amendment.
Just giving Mr. Lawrence a moment to read it.
It reads as it reads well at this point in time. Just one more question to Councillor Anderson and Kennington. Was there anything else? I know the covenant's been a conversation point. Were there any other provisions within the covenant that were of concern that you want addressed at this point in time? It's better to have them all on the table now so that we can address them all at once, rather than having to bring that covenant back to our legal and then back to council again.
I think that's it. I think unless do you have another one that you're thinking of?
I think the second number 7 is kind of duplicating what the first number 7 says.
Right.
Oh, I think 7 and 8 would be removed. The last two, so would we combine them all into that first and only resolution? Well,
Okay, makes sense.
on this page.
Okay. Do you like it when I bring motions?
Just give me a second, please. That's fine. I think we're good. Again, a lot of this comes down to moving it to public hearing.
Right.
Takes care of a lot of those things, because a lot of them were to recognize that those covenants have been satisfied, which we are doing.
Okay, so I think we're ready for you to read number 7.
So the housing.
So I made this minor change there in bold. I just love for my colleagues to take a look at that.
Okay.
Okay, makes sense.
Okay. I'll move that council direct staff to prepare an amendment to the covenant having the registration numbers CB 365207 and CB 365209 for council's review, which removes reference to the development of the trail on the property and updates reference to the housing agreements so they relate to the current application.
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Councillor Mafty seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed, that carries. And that's the end of your motions.
That's all I got.
That's it.
I can put this little puppy to bed now, this little document right here.
Well, next time it'll be like 900 pages.
All right, the last bylaw item is 7.4, zoning amendment for 1983 Athlone Road. This report will also be presented by the Director of Community Planning, Mr. Gregg.
I will also be recusing myself for this one.
Councillor Kennington recuses himself.
Thank you. Through the mayor. Was it? Yeah. This was seen on November 12th by council, and because it is housing related, council is prohibited from holding a public hearing on the bylaw, so instead there was a notice given of first reading. So council directed staff to give notice of that first reading. That's been completed. Council is now in a position to consider up to 3 readings and adoption of the bylaw.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Gregg? It's pretty straightforward. There are 2 recommendations, and they should be moved separately.
I got it.
Councillor Hoare.
I will move that council give first, second, and third reading of. Give first, second, and third reading of. It should be 2. The district of. Sorry, I am editing on the fly. To the District of Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1359/2024.
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second.
Councillor Mafty seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? None opposed. That carries.
And I will move that council adopt the District of Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1359/2024.
I'll second that.
Councillor Anderson seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? None opposed. That carries.
I bet you wish that was earlier in the agenda.
Sorry, that's the order they came in. And you don't have to stay for the rest of the meeting if you don't want to.
Say hi to your wiener dog for me. They haven't met yet, but man, they're cute. Yeah, for sure.
There are 4 report items. The first report item is development variance permit for 1983 Athlone Road.
We got to vote on it. They left prematurely.
Oh.
This could be a. They assumed it was a foregone conclusion.
I did too. I didn't notice that it was back on the agenda.
Go get them. So close.
We should mess with them and just vote against it.
Are we really that mean? Well, most days not, It is the season of kindness, right?
We'll wait to see if they get brought back. Right. Oh, great. Sorry, I didn't realize the next item was referring to you guys again. So the first report item is development variance permit for 1983 Athlone Road. After the Director of Community speaks to this report, there will be an opportunity for the applicant and then members of the public to address council. Mr. Gregg.
Thank you, and through the mayor. And I just note that for those following, it's because of the prohibition on holding a public hearing on that zoning amendment for the accessory dwelling unit that the variance has to be separated out as a separate item, because council should get public input if public wishes to speak on the variance. So very briefly, development variance permit number 2409 would authorize a 6-meter front yard setback. My slide's frozen. There it is. 6-meter front yard setback, where 7.5 meters is required on that frontage under the zoning bylaw. There was requirement for notification. That notification has been complete, and so council should now provide that opportunity for public input on the development variance permit. And following that, and subject to the public comment, then council could actually issue the permit.
Thank you,
I'll see if
Mr.
there's any
Gregg.
questions.
Any questions for staff from council? No, seeing none, this is the opportunity for the applicant to speak. Would the applicant like to address council? No. Okay. Now is the opportunity for members of the public to speak to the proposed permit. Comments about the related bylaw, District of Ucluelet zoning amendment, bylaw number 1359, 2024, are not permitted at this time since public hearings are prohibited on that bylaw. Are there any members of the public that are attending in person that would like to speak to the development variance permit? Seeing none, are there any members of the public that are attending by Zoom that would like to speak? Please click the raise your hand icon.
There are no raised hands at this time.
And are there any members of the public attending by phone that would like to speak? Press star 9 if you're attending by phone.
There appear to be none.
And have we received any unpublished correspondence on this matter, including emails to communityinput@ucluelet.ca?
We have not.
All right, there's no further public input. Would council like to make a motion? There is a recommendation.
Sure.
Councillor Anderson?
You look like you're moving in for it. Do you want to do it?
I'll move that council authorize the Director of Community Planning to execute and issue Development Variance Permit DVP 24-09.
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Councillor Anderson seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed? That carries. Okay, you're safe to leave. The second report item, 8.2, adding more tourist accommodation in Ucluelet. This report will be presented by the Director of Community Planning, Mr. Gregg.
Thank you, and through the mayor. As council's aware, with the new housing legislation that's come down, we have updated recently our housing needs report, which was required by the end of this year. And then in 2025, all municipalities in BC are required to update their official community plans and their zoning bylaws to allow for that 5 years and 20 years of projected zoned capacity. And so we have to designate sufficient lands for it to have that 20 years worth of housing capacity in Ucluelet. And it was roughly 250 and just shy of 800 units over 20 years, which were the projections which were really provided by the province. So this is really, as noted in the report, there's a couple of building blocks to start shaping towards an official community plan amendment that we're anticipating here. And so there's been a lot of sort of discussion about growth and housing, and this was, I think, an opportunity to have council sort of focus a discussion on the tourism sector and how much tourist accommodation may be sort of acceptable or desirable within the community. And then if that's sort of one building block, if the council can kind of come to a point on that, then there will be some other building blocks around the location and the forms and types of tourist accommodation, housing, commercial, industrial as well, like all those land uses that are within the OCP to sort of start to be building blocks so that we can draft some OCP and bylaw amendments to then look at, okay, a whole public process for engagement and input from the community, which is appropriate for OCP amendments. So essentially, I've got a couple of slides here just to build, without going into a ton of detail on growth statistics and all the rest of it, although I have those too if you really want them. We can get into that. But I'll just start by sharing my screen here to just sort of prompt the discussion a bit. Okay, so really the question is how much growth in the tourist accommodation sector does Ucluelet need and want? And another way of sort of framing that would be, what can the community workforce, local infrastructure, and the local environment sustain, and what is the community comfortable with? Those are kind of the high-level questions that the OCP kind of frames. And I'm going to offer just a few bits of background. And that, first of all, the current OCP bylaw from 2022 went through a sort of discussion and growth analysis and adopted sort of the lowish growth scenario, which projected for tourist accommodation 335 new tourist accommodation units over the 30-year span of the plan. So that works out to about 11 per year. The land use regulations, so the zoning bylaw, the business licensing bylaw, that could affect how rapidly or how slow that growth, or lowish or higher, those regulations that could throttle that rate, if you will, have really not been adjusted to specifically align with that target. And I'd say since the OCP was adopted, a total in 2022, a total of 155 new tourist accommodation units have been licensed. So that's business licenses that were issued, or we've also counted the ones that are currently under construction. So the building permits issued, they're under construction, so they're essentially on the path to becoming a licensed tourist accommodation unit. So that works out to about 52 per year, which is quite a bit higher than that 30-year average that's anticipated. And the other piece, just for context, is recently you saw a report from Mr. McIntosh on the some of the sewer servicing challenges that was looked at. We were looking at growth from a little different angle, where we were looking at areas of sewer catchment, watersheds, or other fluid sheds, and really parcel by parcel, and looking at what are the underdeveloped or undeveloped parcels in all these different areas of town, looking at the kind of zoning that's been requested on a number of them, and then sort of adding it up. And so that really was looking at, it projected about 1,200, a little over 1,200 new tourist accommodation units, around 40 per year. So that was what went into the infrastructure analysis. So that's a little lower than what we've been seeing the last few years, but things do tend to come in waves, so it's probably not far off. And so graphically, we try to sort of look at, okay, 30 years of this, if you've got it looks like climate change graphs that you see all the time, where there's the target, which is quite low. Today, we're on a trajectory that's going to hit that a whole lot sooner than the 30 years that was anticipated. Again, the difference between the purple, which is what we've seen, it's just based on, again, since 2022, early 2022, when the OCP was adopted, and the blue line, there's a very little difference currently. The blue being what we looked at with the sewer projections. So, as I said, there's other data we could show if you want to see what's like current building permits or current growth, or sort of dig into what sort of got to those numbers. But just as in terms of context, the OCP currently really shows a desire for lowish growth. What the community is experiencing is quite a bit higher than that. And the importance of this is, with any official community plan, is having something that accurately represents what the community wants over the long span is really important, because it does feed into things like infrastructure master plans, which we have to look long term, and we're making decisions around how big to size pipes. You don't want to oversize them or undersize them. You want to be something fairly aligned with what the community is looking for. I'm going to pause there and see if there's any questions.
Any questions so far? I will note that the low growth was anticipating 11 new units per year, whereas what we've seen is 5 times that pace, with more like 40 new units per year. Is that what the report is saying? 52?
So what I said, we've been averaging since 2022, it's 155 units, so it's about 5 times what that sort of target is.
Mm-hmm.
What we were looking at is slightly lower than that. That may be a bit of a peak, and there'll be peaks and valleys in the rate of these things. But it's fairly close to what was used when we looked at growth, as I said, in a different way, and it worked out to about 40 units per year, which is what went into the projections that were, sort of the revisiting of the sewer master plan.
Right. So without having a crystal ball, I mean, we can sort of base our decision on something similar to what we're seeing right now, which would be 40 units per year. So over 30 years, that would be 1,200 new units of tourist accommodation, right?
Yes, that's essentially where the OCP currently expresses a desire for that lower growth. We're on the trajectory somewhere between the blue and the purple. That without changing, some form of the regulations that start to change how that unfolds over time, we think it's more likely you're going to be somewhere up in there in the blue or the
Right.
purple area.
Any other comments from council?
I only wonder what the different, like, to call it a trend. Like, the last few years have been anything but a trend and more of an anomaly. So I think doing projections using the last 2-3 years it's completely inaccurate. And if there was ever an explosion, we've just experienced it. And I don't think and even as Bruce has said, it's peaks and valleys, and we experienced a peak that was unprecedented. So I would just be cautious about saying, well, this is how many we've had in the last 3 years, this is how long it's going to continue, because I would almost guarantee that if you took the data for the last 6 months, let's say, that you would see a downward trend. So it's like, if you pick a window, you can basically get whatever graph you want, depending on the time.
I totally agree with that. And one of my pet peeves is the sort of like data mining, especially from a longer term set. But I think it is important to note that the original projection for 30 years was 355, and we're kind of at like half of that in 3, which I like. It doesn't make a trend, but it bears mentioning that in 3 years we've hit half of a 30-year target.
Yeah, I'm not denying that that we have to deal with this in one way or another. The way we deal with it in the data we use, we have to be very mindful of the accuracy of that data and the windows that we're using to calculate. Like I said, you can create a graph from a data set, and you can make whatever graph you want based on that. So
You're going to have to repeat all that because your mic was off.
oh God, well, forget it.
Take it from the top. Take it from the top.
Take it from the top. Never mind.
Well, that was
Strike
good.
that from the record.
That was good information about the, we're, for a 30-year target, we're already halfway there.
Yeah, and that's a great point. And like we do have to, in my opinion, like picking a number now is kind of it's meaningless in a sense, and we have to take a more holistic approach to how we utilize the provision of tourist accommodation to do things like pay for affordable housing. So it's got to be tied to a balance on a project by project basis, and not just pick a number, because someone could come, like if we used up the number of tourism accommodations, we got out of balance and we had set a finite number of tourist accommodation units, a developer could come, or a housing provider could come to town and say, I'm going to build 400 affordable housing units, but in order to do that, I need to build 100 tourist accommodation units. And it'd be like saying, no, we don't. We're not going to let you build 400 needed homes because we've used up our cap on 100 tourist accommodations. So in my opinion, it kind of goes along the lines that we should be thinking about tourist accommodation as a tool to balance our housing types and needs, as opposed to setting firm numbers, if that makes sense.
It does, but there's a little blank here that has to be filled in.
Okay.
I
Does it?
That's
Like,
that's what the
it's a
planning department is.
recommendation, but
it's begging to be filled.
it's begging to be filled. But like, who like, there's no way we can.
Well, this
how,
isn't
how do
really.
we get to that? And how are we going to get to that number?
Well, nobody has a crystal ball. I don't know, but
Yes.
Can I just want to chime in here, and I'm not going to go on, and I find it amusing that we've disagreed on this issue so much, and yet pretty much I would have said exactly what you said about needing to tie short-term or tourist accommodation to the type of housing that we want. And so when I look at that blurb in the agenda, the way that I would sort of interpret it in my own mind, and I'm speaking for myself, not for anyone else, is it's like, well, as a benchmark, or what's the exact wording? I don't want to restart my thing. As a starting point. So in my head, I'd be like, well, my starting point would be 0. And if a developer comes and can demonstrate convincingly that they can provide something the community needs, but in order to do that, they need to offset their costs by incorporating tourism accommodation, I'd say, okay, that's a compelling reason to increase the number from 0 to a non-zero number. And the problem that I've had with a lot of the 355 units that have come online since I've been on council and in the time that I've been paying attention is a lot of them, most of them, I would venture to say, have not been tied to any kind of beneficial accommodation in the community. And beyond that, they've actually contributed to the removal of the type of accommodation that we need in the community. So when I say that my benchmark would be 0, it's like, well, the one thing I really don't want to see, again, I'm speaking for myself, is it's like the sort of do no harm Hippocratic oath approach. I don't want to see more STRs come online just because there's an opportunity for someone to make a profit, by adding a unit to their home or whatever. And that's why I voted against so many of those measures that came up. But to see STRs as a tool, I agree with that. And so that's how I would approach this, is to sort of say, whatever that number is, number one has to be tied to the type of accommodation and the type of housing that the community needs. And it has to be tied in such a way that it makes logical sense, rather than, someone saying, well, I'm going to build a resort hotel and I'm going to build, an ADU for one family, and the numbers are going to work, and they might not. So I agree with your assessment that the two things should be linked, and I disagree that picking a number is necessarily the most useful way to approach it if we can agree that those two things are linked, because the number is going to depend on what a developer can come and propose and how much of the other types of housing do we really need. If someone says, I'll build you 1,000 units and 40 STRs, it's like, well, 40 STRs isn't very much, but do we need 1,000 units in the community? So it's about the ratio.
And I think exactly. And I think we actually do agree on both points.
Mind blown at this end of the table, just saying right now.
It's a trend. It's not an anomaly. If we've graphed it, you would
It's a Christmas
see
miracle.
Okay.
our alignment is
Am I in the right dimension? Like, did I come back and it's like a whole different world over here? That
You're
is
so
this what
divisive.
happens when I go away?
Yeah, you're so divisive. You just drive a wedge between us.
I am so divisive.
Controversial.
Well, I think the number is important in order to tie in our infrastructure needs and how we envision the growth is going to be, because that's going to impact our infrastructure. But willing to listen to other points of view? Councillor Hoare?
Well, the other thing that does need to be factored into this is that we are on a peninsula and we have limited land, and to develop more, even linked, and I agree, I believe STRs should be used as a tool, not as, something that anybody can
They're
just...
a means to an end,
Means to
rather
an
than
end, yeah.
end to themselves.
But yeah, I mean, we have a limited amount of water. I know a lot of it falls from the sky, but it also runs through the pipes and has a lot of manganese in it. How much can we sustain environmentally here? How, without having a huge impact? I may not have been around that much this season, but I do know that the co-op was very busy, and that is the only grocery store in town. And there's a limit to how much we can do in this town without having to, it will cause huge changes if we take a huge number, if we put, some massive number up there.
Yeah, I think that it's about achieving that balance, and we may very well be out of balance.
Yeah.
Some of the STRs and B&Bs are struggling right now, and as a tool, you can, if we have the tool available to us, and following councils have that tool, to not really assign. And I get the point about we need a number for our infrastructure, but to use that tool, and for the council or the community through the council to throttle that at any given time is, it becomes a council decision.
Yeah, and we're here for 2 more years, and there could be 5 new people up here in 2 years that have a completely different idea of what that blank should be filled in at.
Mm-hmm.
So it's always subject to change, but I think the planning department needs some sort of goal to change the OCP and Yeah, because right now we're way past what our current OCP says for growth. It's just
So
crazy.
can I just ask a question? And like I'm not being facetious here. Like reiterating the notion that STRs are a tool that would be linked with affordable housing, family housing, whatever you want. Is there necessarily anything wrong with saying that by default our benchmark moving forward would be 0 unless there's like a demonstrable need? Because if we put a number, then like we're guaranteeing that number. And if we say 0 but leave the door open to make exceptions on a case-by-case basis where they meet the requirements of the community, like I think if we put a number in here, what we're doing is basically, you know, putting a call out and saying anyone who wants to build an STR, like here's the quota that we've agreed on, and then we're going to hit that number pretty quick. Maybe not as fast as the first 155 in the last few years, and then the next council is going to have to do the same thing, and we're just going to keep like, you know, increasing it unnecessarily.
Fulfilling the prophecy.
Yeah, like what's and like prove me wrong. I'm not. This isn't a rhetorical question, but like, what's wrong with saying 0 as long as we're clear that that's not a hard and fast moratorium? It just means 0 STRs that aren't linked to necessary housing.
I would tend to agree that, you know, going forward with, you know, with new subdivisions and new developments, that's a very useful tool for us. It's just really hard to go back through our existing, and you know, anybody who owns a house right now has the right to do a B&B, and there's not a whole lot of it happening at this point anymore, and the people who are doing it are realizing pretty quick that it's not that lucrative. So there is a saturation point that's self-regulating from a grandfathering situation going backwards, but I think where the most benefits we can extract going forward is using it as that tool. So, and then of course the final mix and balance, and we have to make some assumptions about how many of the existing housing units will take advantage of the rules that are in place to have a B&B unit. But I think, like, for the health of the tourism industry, we need to balance that as well, right? Because it is a supply and demand issue, and if everybody has one, then everybody's going to fail, and then we're going to be in a different situation that's just as bad.
I don't think the planning department wants a 0 in that.
I think I think it's relatively I think it's
with all due respect, and I just want to jump on that for a second. We're not here to give the planning department what we think they want. We're here to represent the community, and the number that we pick should reflect what we think is in the best interest of the community. And we as a council and the planning department are here collectively working for the community. So we're not here to answer each other. We're here to speak for the community.
That's true, but I think I agree with both you guys, and it is a Christmas miracle. Like, we're all in agreement here. But I think this is sort of a perfunctory process that we're doing. So I think they're talking about the housing needs report, and basically there's the provincial mandate that we have to come up with the OCP change moving forward. So I think that we're just kind of doing some clerical work here. Excuse me, and I think it's if you read the sentence, I think it's relatively arbitrary at this point. It says council indicating a preferred number of new units would not set that number in stone. The overall growth target would be further clarified by subsequent discussions of housing, commercial, and industrial growth. So I think that's exactly what we're talking about, that by tying this into affordable housing or whatever, that'll come later. I think we just have to throw a number in here right now that we're kind of relatively comfortable with, and it's really a placeholder just to move forward with that OCP and just do that paperwork and file that off to the province essentially. But I think, like, as far as policy, like what you're talking about and going down that road, we'll have much more discussions about that. I don't think anything will be sort of pushed as a long range number that we're tied to. I think this is just, I mean, we could give almost any number at this case, and it's just they need something, right?
So
am I correct in that?
So even 0 would work.
They do need something.
We're going to target 0, right? No, but it's like the attainable housing target. It's a target. It's not a firm number. It's just something we should strive towards. And the interesting thing about tourist accommodation is there's different types of tourist accommodation, and some types of tourist accommodation put strain on our housing stock, and some put a little bit less. Tourism jobs don't pay very well. So every tourist job that we creates a demand for housing that's extremely challenging to meet. And I think we have to keep that balance in mind too, of the type of tourist accommodation we're talking about when we talk about these units. Because 100 hotel units is going to create a lot more demand for lower cost housing through lower wages than, say, somebody cleaning a room in their own house creates zero demand. And one could argue that it removes a unit from the housing stock. So there's all these different things in play that it's really hard to just sort of assign a number here, but I get it. We have to do it. So as long as we talk about a target and what's involved in achieving that target.
And there's also the referral to the Clutha to get their opinion as well.
Absolutely.
So that will become a part of this whole picture.
You had something to...
Mr. Gregg?
Through the mayor, I think there was a question in there, and I think if it helps, yeah, it's a starting point, and that because this is sort of one piece that leads to some amendments to the OCP that then inform how pipes in the ground get designed for the long term here. So it is important that we get it to, match more or less what the community really desires. Yes, over 30 years things change. There'll be that's why you revisit things every 5-10 years. But I think one of the things is if it's just in my mind, how we go forward looking at the other pieces of the OCP, if that number is like, no, we want it to be pretty low or zero, or we want it to be higher, it will be looking at, okay, what are the things that get there? If it's a really low number, when we start talking about zoning, it could include things like, well, how many properties are already zoned for hotel use or, accommodation, and if those build out, well, then what's left? And those are the things we're going to have to wrestle with as we assemble all the pieces. But it's that kind of starting point of like, okay, lowish was what was desired. What we've been seeing recently is much higher than that. Where are we relative to that would be just, again, I think a useful starting point for then these other pieces will come in, and it could change. And I don't think council's not tied to it or anything like that. It's really giving us a start so we can start assembling the pieces for that OCP amendment.
And it's also, the OCP is what developers look at to see what the appetite is of the community for development. Mr. Lawrence?
I would just to add to that is that it's really important that we have that alignment as well, because this is where some of the concerns and complaints that we get of different things being presented to developers. So if we have the OCP saying, do this is our target, and then the zoning says something else, and then there's a communication over here, this is where it creates that impression of misalignment within the community, and then when developing the policies to enact what council wants to achieve for the community from the OCP, these all interconnect, right? You never have absolute perfect cohesion there, and they are targets. There's always amendments to them. There's variances that can occur. Council can change direction at any time by doing an amendment and going through that process, but it's really important for that long-term planning, like how do we amend the zoning bylaw? How do we zone to achieve the goals of the community? And we say zero, say if we took zero accommodation growth, then staff would take it and it's like, okay, so we start tearing apart our zoning bylaw to remove all the zoning, which could meet council's objective, because every time a new vacation rental or hotel or cabins or whatever it is would then have to come to council and request a change to the zoning to allow it or something like that, right? So there's a myriad of permutations there, right? You can do it through permits, you can do it through zoning, you can, there's a whole bunch of tools in council's toolbox. But right now we're like struggling to develop the policies to meet council's objectives, because we're seeing this very steep incline, and I think Councillor Kennington and council is correct. Like, this is a steep period, we don't know if it will continue or completely fall off with the provincial regulations and changes. That magic 8-ball would be lovely if we could get one. So this is why we're starting with this question to say, what's the target? Where are we going? Is the lowish growth still correct? And then the next question is, okay, well, what policies, what zoning do you want to put in place? How do you want to manage this? Council, this is your provision. It's not, and I think it's just acknowledged there, this isn't about a desire for staff to say we need a number. It's what direction does council give to staff so we can make sure that we're reflecting the OCP and updating that and the zoning bylaw to make sure it reflects the needs of council and the community. And this is where we're really struggling right now because of that. The policies don't match the OCP.
I think when I look at this again, I struggle with the number, and it just seems to me that it would make more sense to tie it to a percentage, because if you do a number, like Mark's saying, is like there'll be a gold rush of people coming, build it out, and then, you know, that front end loads all that strain on our infrastructure. Whereas if you do it as a percentage, and either through business licensing, new developments, whatever it is, it's a tool that matches the sustainable percentage rather than a number. Because if we front end load, like we say, okay, we're going to allow 300 units of STRs, and they all come at once. Well, that's loading up our infrastructure, and it's putting all that strain, and we get nothing of what we actually need.
I concur, and I think that's exactly what we saw already, at least once in the community, and then again with the grandfathered units, where there was this idea that there was like a moratorium coming, and then, you know, district got flooded with applications. And if we want to treat this as a tool, I think the more control we have over that tool, the better a tool it is. And so I'm not advocating that, you know, council should sit here and sort of like lord over the community, but the more control we have over what gets approved, the more certain we can be that we can then link those units to something that we want. So basically, the way that I'd look at it is, if we leave it to each individual in the community to decide where and when and how many STRs we should have, we're going to be overrun with STRs. And if we leave those decisions to council, and sort of community has faith that council's going to make responsible decisions, then that's when we can actually use that tool to the benefit of the community. And I agree with the percentage notion, to which I'd throw out there, well, why don't we go back to the 2022 OCP? Why don't we go back to that lowish growth number? Why don't we figure out how many units of accommodation we had? Why don't we figure out what those numbers would have looked like in 2022, use that as a guiding percentage, because at least that would keep us on track with where we were in 2022. Because if we go off of numbers today, then our ratio is already skewed to a growth rate that's 5 times what was anticipated in 2022.
So 2022, it was 1% was the annual growth rate. No, sorry. You'll have a chance at the end of the meeting. Yeah, 1% was the anticipated annual growth based on the 2022 OCP. So and we're already 5 times that.
I think also, if you're using percentages, and we define what's a sustainable percentage, and we can do that by looking at other communities that we would deem to be a sustainable community as far as tourism and housing mix. And we can say, hey, we're overweight here on this, and so going forward for the next couple of years, that percentage needs to be lower until we get the balance right to what the model of a sustainable community is, and then can maintain that percentage.
So what percentage would you put in that blank?
Well, I would want to see some data on communities that have successfully balanced that, and I don't know where they are, but they must exist somewhere, right?
Mr. Gregg?
Do they?
through the mayor, and this can get it's a flashback to the growth analysis that was done in 2021 and 2022. And at the time, we looked, and not necessarily the percent per year, but the percentage balance between housing and tourist accommodation. And what we had looked at is like, okay, there was not so long ago when things were more affordable, it was sort of a 60-40 split between housing and tourist accommodation. And that currently, or then, it was more like, no, we've had so much tourist accommodation, it's more like a 50-50 balance. And so there was looking at different scenarios of how do you get back to 60-40? And we asked with the Whistler Center for Sustainability and others, say like, has anyone got a number on like what has there been a study or something that looks at what different communities have, and is there like a ideal percentage? And the answer was, gee, that sounds like a great thesis for somebody. So as far as we know, no, and because there's a lot of variation in communities, and just think of like the different composition of the tourist accommodation between even like Tofino and Ucluelet, and the mix of number of resorts and stuff. It varies, but so all I can say is like at the time when we were looking at this with the last OCP update, it was like, okay, it was 60-40 not so long ago before housing prices really took off. We're now at 50-50. Is getting back to 60-40 sort of a start of a discussion of a target? And I just put that out there or as a question, I guess, is that kind of the intent, or what council's kind of thinking about?
So we should be able to get back to that number. If we have a projection of where we're going as far as total population, we want to get to a percentage of, let's say, 60-40 or 30-70, whatever it is, we should be able to derive a number from our overall housing projections that'll, at the end of the day, get us back to that sustainable percentage. And that's where we can derive that number to fill in that void.
So is that something the planning department can do for us?
You want to write a thesis?
Sure, by February. Through the mayor, yeah, yes, I think that if that's that kind of feedback, if that's kind of the direction of not necessarily like here's a fixed number as one building block, but if you've done a bit of a pivot to, well, here's another building block. We won't answer this question. We'll talk about this instead. But that's really useful because I think we can sort of revisit that as we bring the other pieces of the OCP forward. So, yes.
Yeah, we have some larger developments that may come online down the road. We've got High Focus, we've got Ani, we've got Lot 16. So you're right, we can tailor the tourist accommodation to be a tool for affordable housing in some of those circumstances, maybe not all. We can control the zoning. We've already created a zone that is single family without any tourist accommodation at all. So we've done that. So we do have some tools that we can control the tourist accommodation. But yeah, it's hard to just look down a crystal ball and figure out what 30 years is going to look like.
Potentially we could be using that tool to entice development to target the kinds of housing that we need.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think that's where I see the value, and this isn't how I do it at home because my children are so well behaved. But if it's almost like I've got these like chocolates, and it's like if you eat your dinner, and if you do your chores, like here's the chocolate. But the problem that I have with the sort of percentage is it's sort of like even if you do like one chore out of 10 and you have like one bite of your dinner, like you're still going to get a little bit of chocolate. And the reason why I would shy away from that has to do more with like carrying capacity. I think in a lot of ways, one of the things we have to consider in our community is like what's the absolute carrying capacity, like the total number of people, whoever they are, whether they live here, whether they've lived here forever, whether they are coming here for the weekend. And I think that's something that we're seeing crop up in our discussions about infrastructure. That's something that has cropped up when we talk about the co-op being overwhelmed, beaches being overwhelmed, the ecological impact that as a community we're having, in the spaces around us. And so, like factoring in a percentage, my concern is that it's like, well, now we have to meet our STR target, and it's like I'd rather see 100% of whatever number of STRs really be tied to projects that we as a council and as a community can say, okay, like here's like a really good kid that's doing all the chores, and so we're going to give them the chocolate, rather than just sort of saying like, here's a box of chocolate and we're going to link it to what we'd like to see. Like the more control we can have over it, the better. And so I don't disagree with the percentage notion, but I wonder to what extent that might open up the possibility of seeing STRs come online that aren't necessarily fulfilling our objectives, that aren't linked to the types of developments that we want to see. That's an open question. Like, I don't know.
Okay. Anyone else?
I came back and it was all about chocolate.
I know, you missed a good conversation.
Everybody's getting hungry. Can you use a different analogy next time?
Councillor Anderson?
Oh, again, I think we have to give a number. So,
Yeah. What number would you put in there?
you know, I think it's kind of like, I mean, it says in the report that it's not set in stone. I think why don't we keep the same number that we had before and do lowish, and then just have that as a placeholder until we come up. And obviously, there's going to be much more discussion about this.
So 1% would be 11 new units per year. I think that's...
But is that's starting with the 155 that we already have? Or are we going to go back to 2022 and say 11 per year, and we've already used up 155, and so then do we say, okay, we've got a moratorium until we catch up?
No, I don't think that's the plan.
It's a fishing quota.
It was 335 new units over the 30-year plan to 2050, which is the lowish. So I was like, we could throw that in. I mean, we're coming out of COVID. I mean, there's obviously a boom there. So I just think
So you're saying there's a number already floating out there?
It's just in the OCP that we have, right, where in this report it just said that the tourist accommodation component of the endorsed growth scenario was 335 new units over the 30-year life of the plan, which goes to 2050, which is roughly 11 new units per year. So yeah, I know we're over, we're moving we're in a boom, but I just thought if we needed a placeholder number to put in, and it's not zero, but
11, I think 11 is unrealistic, really.
it probably is.
Like we have a few zoned hotel sites, right? Like so, just one of those would blow that out of the water.
Yeah.
And if you do a quota-based system that precludes anybody else who's done it, but I still I like the idea of tying it to some kind of affordable, because an STR is kind of the cream, right? And so you can balance that out with getting affordable housing with it.
I see.
So, and that would include a hotel site if they want to build, 200 rooms of hotel rooms. Well, there's this many staffing units or affordable housing units, or a contribution to the housing authority or the affordable housing fund. Like everything should just be tied to it, because if we don't do that, we're just going to have like growth that just moves all over the place. And
But that's a policy that would be reflective in the OCP.
I feel like correct me if I'm wrong, do they need a number? We need to fulfill this. Like,
I told Mr. Lawrence this would be an impossible conversation.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it was on the agenda. Oh my God, we're screwed.
It again, as a starting point, it would sure help to have a number. There are other numbers that will come into play. I mean, it really comes down to, yes, the vacation rentals are the cream or the chocolates, and why we're struggling with how do we get there is to start with just sort of think about the scale and the number and not worry about the form and location, and we'll get to that another day, is because that's going to be a much tougher discussion of like, hey, the kids are running around and there's a big bowl of chocolate sitting there already in our zoning. And so depending on what your number is, that's a harder conversation. Do you take it away? Do you move it around? So it would help to have some sense of, I mean, even if it's like, okay, something similar to what the old target was, or lower or higher, gives us something to start shaping the pieces.
on that note, I just wanted to clarify the point I was making. If we go back to the 2022 numbers and we say, okay, of the 335, we've already built 155. That means there's 170 left. That leaves us to meet that initial 30-year quota or target. That's 6.6 units a year. If we take the slowish growth scenario that worked out to 11 units per year and start it today, then that's double. So I think we need to decide if if that's the way we want to go, we need to decide, do we want slowish growth the way we wanted slowish growth in 2022, in which case we're going to need to cut back in order to catch up, or do we want slowish growth after a mega boom, in which case we're going to accept the 155 that came online in the last 3 years, and now we're going to slowish it down. And those are like one of those is going to be twice as many STRs per year as the other, which in a way shows you just how many came online in the last 3 years.
If I may.
Mr. Lawrence?
So, and yes, the mayor and I had a brief conversation about this, and it's an oversimplification of a much deeper conversation, and staff realize that. And this will lend into, how does council want, or does council want staff to make amendments to the zoning bylaw to make sure that we're throttling, adjusting, controlling or not controlling the uptake of vacation rentals, whether it's in a private residence or in a hotel block. So we wanted to start the conversation again, because when we tried to pull it out there with the total growth of the community, it's so complex that we got locked down into all sorts of different areas. So this was intended to start the conversation, and this is a really informative one that we're seeing a little bit. There a lot of alignment amongst council about what the intent is, and then we can sort of plan. But it is helpful to have this number that we're working with, and as council will look at our housing stats over the years, right? Ucluelet has grown very slowly for years, and then we had a big boom, and then it slows off to almost nothing, and then you get a big boom, and then it slows off to nothing with a little bit of growth. That's anticipated. So, even with housing, if all the developments go forward, we'll see this big spike and a build of houses, but we don't anticipate that we're going to add in another 50 units every year in perpetuity until we run out of land. That's not how it works. But we do sort of need those sort of targets so that we can start drafting the bylaws, the supporting documents, the policies, the zoning, to make sure that, right now, our zoning is very permissive, right? An individual that wants to have a short-term rental on a residential property doesn't have to necessarily come to council to have that. They can just build it because they're zoned for it. They're permitted. So if you don't throttle that or adjust it or control it in some manner, then you have 155 units until the last person that wants to build one stops. So that's where we're getting into challenges, is how do we manage this, or how does council want staff to draft the policies and the zoning to achieve your goals and the community's objectives. It is definitely not a simple thing, and this is recognized an oversimplification and just a starting point.
So can we each put a number in a hat and somebody draws out, and that's the number that goes in that blank?
Council can do whatever council wishes.
You each pick a number, we'll take the mean.
I would err on the side of lower, with the idea that it leaves room for incentivizing in the right location rather than across the board. So we go low, but it's out there that if you want to be a good actor and you want to provide housing for the community, that we can loosen it up a little for specific projects as opposed to just giving one number for everybody to battle over.
So then you're looking for a range to fill in that blank.
it's almost like a tiered system, right? Right? It's like density bonusing essentially, but affordable housing tied to STRs with a very low number of sort of open-ended tickets that people can cash. And I don't know if we'll do that through business, like annual business license quotas, like I don't know, just
You can do that, like business licenses are a method. I believe it's Nelson that utilizes that system quite effectively. They said, I can't remember the number, say it's 500 vacation rentals outside of hotels, and they manage it. And it's kind of, I'm not sure if it's a lottery system or an allocation system, but they have 500 business licenses that are available for short-term rentals. You receive that and you maintain it until such time as it goes back into the pool. You stop hosting it. You get a whole bunch of bylaw complaints, and council feels that you're not a really good host, so therefore you don't get it anymore. Council can set the parameters as council feel are appropriate. And I think Mr. Gregg can have more details on that.
Through the mayor, I think it's 100 in Nelson, and I think they adjusted it for some others. But yes, business licensing, temporary use permits. A lot of municipalities are using temporary use permits for short-term rentals. But those, then that's where it starts to be control or some guidance or throttle, if you will, on the rate. But those are all possible tools. It's helpful to have still get back to just a sense of like, what's too much, what is carrying capacity, what is sustainable, what's desirable, because at the end of the day, this is one piece. Put all the other pieces together, and it's an OCP amendment. It should be get public input from the community to say, hey, is this more where we're at today than where we were 3-4 years ago? That should be a public process, so the council's confident, like, yeah, we've got this on track for where the community is going, because you want it to be something you are pretty solid on, because then they're planning pipes for decades out for millions of dollars to put it all on the ground, and you don't want to have a lot of variation where it's kind of here, kind of there. So it's just a starting point, but having that sort of sense of like, where do we start would be really helpful.
Well, we've got an offer of 0.
Zero. This doesn't answer the number question, but not 0. 0 with exceptions at the discretion of council, with the clear communication to developers far and wide that it's not a foregone conclusion, but it has to be linked to the type of housing the community needs. So 0 as like 0 with the caveat. But if there was a number, and then I'll say my piece, and then I'll shut up, and everyone else can say their number. If we had to pick a number, I would go back to the 2022 projection of lowest growth that worked out to 11 a year. I would take that total, I'd subtract what we have today, I'd balance the rest out over the remaining 27 years, which I think I wrote down the right numbers, but that would be like 6.6 a year. And so I'd put that in there as the benchmark and say, okay, if a developer comes up and says, well, I need to build 15 to deliver this, then we can adjust it. But my number would then be 355 minus what we have divided by the number of years left in that 30 years.
Which comes out to...
I'll double check, but I think it's 6.6 a year from here on out.
And
Okay.
we were just at 11.
We were just at 11 in 2022.
In 2022, which was a big year, right? Mm-hmm. So that's not an unreasonable number that you're coming up with. That would be out of line with.
I'm a very reasonable guy.
Well, if it's 6.6 per year, that's lower than the 11 per year that we were at.
Let's just get it exactly right. It was the total number, Mr. Gregg, was 355. 335.
335 over the 30 years.
Okay,
So, but it's about 155 over the last 3 years.
Okay, so that leaves a balance of 180 divided by the remaining 27. 180. God damn it. 180 divided by another 27 years. That's 6.6 per year.
I still think that's really low.
I do too.
And is there a carryover? Let's say 1 year there's none. Does that mean that you sort of stretch those units that didn't get into the next year? Like, does it carry forward? Or you're saying nope, it's 6.6?
No, but I mean,
No.
like I said, it's a benchmark. So let's say a developer comes to town and says, "Look, the numbers are going to work out for us to do this, as far as affordable housing, as far as market housing, but we need 15 STRs." We say, "Oh, well, that's almost triple." But like, we're gonna say yes to that, and it's at the discretion of council. And then at that point, they might say, "Well, look, we just approved 15 STRs, so we're gonna say no to something else." Like, if we give an STR to everyone who wants one, we know what we're gonna end up with, because that's pretty much what we've been doing. And so I'm not saying it's like, no, that's it, 6.6. You can't even round it up to 7, so forget about it. It's more like this is what would guide. This is what would guide, like, all right, well, what pipes do we need to lay in? Like, what might things look like in 20 years?
Okay, any other numbers on this side?
Go ahead. What's your number?
Well, I've certainly never been averse to the lowish growth. I think we're a small town, and I really don't want to see us. I've been spending too much time in the city, and I'm really kind of glad to be back where there isn't a stoplight on every single street.
I think we really need to stop dragging that out.
Stop light, not stop sign. So I actually am not averse to your numbers, because, you're just taking what we had and what we thought was a decent amount. And I get using it as I'm totally incoherent today. Using it as a tool. So yeah, if somebody wants to do double the 6.6, well, maybe not quite more than double, but wants to build the 15, then that takes 15 out of the pool. If the pool is only, over 30 years, that 335. Yeah. I mean, I like the way that math works, to my mind, just because I really don't think that the peninsula can take outrageous growth.
So stick to the 2022.
I kind of like the number. I mean, I know, yeah, and you're right, Councillor Kennington. It's been a whole lot of things happening and a whole lot of reasons for us to have been at a peak of growth, and that isn't sustainable. It won't be sustainable in the town, and it isn't sustainable for the town. So, that incredible exponential curve is going to drop.
But we're talking about slowest growth for STRs, not necessarily everything, because aren't we supposed to sort of?
Oh yeah, no,
Be
I
talking
agree.
about
No,
density
I'm
in the
talking
bigger
about it
picture.
as
Just
the fact that we
STR.
had 155 in 2 years, right? Like I'm just like that. That's exponential, not
Mm-hmm.
lowish. So, well, maybe not quite exponential, but it's been a while since I did that sort of math. So
And even if we, we say 6 units per year, after those 6 units are met, somebody could still come and ask for like a variance or a temporary use permit. Like, so it gives us that ability to, there's sort of 6 freebies out there, but after that we have to deliberate, because we'd be going over that, and at that point we could consider where we're at that moment in time and say one more is fine, because, or 2 years ago nobody did one, or just to put that power in the hands of council to make those decisions without precluding anybody from at least attempting.
But is that giving the planning department what they want?
a number.
A number for 30 years?
It is. It's saying 6 or 6.6 per year, as per Mark. Councillor Nefty's.
or another 180 over the OCP over the 30 years. Basically, it's saying, like, if we adopt that, it's saying we have a stock of 180, and it's at the discretion of council how to allocate it. And so if council wanted to give in 1 year someone 180 STRs, go for it. But that's like that's the whole stock. And so I think that's the way we should look at it is we've got 180 STRs to allocate over the next 27 years if we want to stick to that lowest growth scenario. And how we allocate it, our council or the council of the day should do so judiciously to try to get the maximum benefit out of those STRs.
And I think the maximum benefit you can get out of those STRs is tying it to housing that we need. Like, that's the problem with saying 6.6 per year, because somebody could come and build a six unit guest house, and that doesn't do anything.
Well, so then maybe the better number to say is like 180 over the next 27 years.
That's a number they're looking at for the
that's
30-year
like the
growth.
same thing, whether you say 6.6 per year over for 27 years or 180 over 27. Like, the number's the same. Does that? Are you smiling because you agree, or because you're like, this guy's an idiot?
It's through the mayor. No, it's resonating, and I think it's a way I would see it as. I mean, it's for another day the discussion of location, form, zoning, all those sort of tools, because there's a whole bunch of tools that you could use to actually get there. I think that it's useful to have, though, a target, whether it's annual or overall, because if someone comes forward with someone comes in and says, well, okay, I've got this great application, I've got this idea for doing a hotel, and it's going to be 66 units, and then that puts it in scale of like, well, that's 10 years worth of tourism growth in our town. It better be a heck of an application. Oh, we love all the affordable housing, approved. And that doesn't mean that the next day someone else can't come in, but each time it's a check-in. I'm sort of putting it into like, okay, yeah, this is precious. So what's the community getting out of it? And so there's a balance there. But yeah, whether it's annual or not, I don't want to have the false impression that if it's an annual, like, well, business license number 7 is in trouble this year. I mean, that's not, we're not there yet, but I think we're just talking total scale, hopefully.
What's the current number? Like, if we take all the currently zoned hotel properties, and if you were to say, okay, there's a gross floor area, number of units attached to those lots, assuming that they get maxed out, how many rooms are we talking about?
So maxed out.
For currently,
the analysis that went into the sewer study, the looking at the growth for the capacity there, that was 1,209 units, and that wasn't maximum zoning. It was more, let's look at what actually is kind of happening and temper that. And how many lots are already developed and not likely to change over the next 50 years because all the capital sunk in it. So it's not assuming like, well, every house is going to have a B&B, but out of the new builds, new homes, well, maybe half of them will. So there's some of those assumptions went into it. Or we look at the commercial properties that we're seeing the applications come in right in the center of town on Peninsula Road. Okay, what kind of density are they aiming at? Well, pretty max for what their zoning allows. Okay, what properties are vacant? Add them up. It came out to over 1,200 units. So having that low growth, that's why we're not on target to that, because things just happen. People come forward with their plans. And so to throttle it down will be a whole other discussion around which regulations and which ones do you prioritize. But for now, it's like, what's that carrying capacity scale as just a start so we can have those next conversations with some reference point.
yeah, I'm just curious at the currently existing zoned hotel sites that aren't developed, they're within their rights to submit a building permit application without even coming to council, as long as they're following the zoning. So in our current zoning and land that's currently zoned hotel or CS2 with the ability to do some boutique hotel, like, where's that number?
Okay, I'd have to pull up a map that we sort of,
I'm just curious about the hotel sites, because those are basically promises made, and those numbers are going to have an impact on us.
Unless we rezone.
Well, we can't.
Sorry, I jumped in there. If I may, zoning is in the purview of council. So if council determines that you want to rezone to throttle that back, it is within council's prerogative to do so. You have to do a public hearing, and there's a process that needs to follow. But the zoning is council's. You can change it if you so choose.
If you so won a lawsuit against you, sure, but
There's a process to do it. right? Council has to have a public. You can't do it sort of behind an applicant's back or an owner's back. But yeah, there's a method to do it. Many organizations have. You can take a look with what has occurred in just recent past in Ucluelet. We had the Ani Lands, which was a comprehensive development zone, I believe, and it's now rezoned to rural.
But that was a condition of the of the application, that if they didn't execute within a certain amount of time, that it would be downzoned, right?
That
Like you're talking about downzoning an existing property that somebody owns.
yeah, I'm think we have a hand over on the.
Yeah, I think we need a
Mr.
motion.
Pennington, can we just move your mic closer to you?
Oh,
So relaxed though.
Thank you.
It's the reason why he's very hard to hear
So-
online.
I would say that there is a method to undertake rezoning if council desires to do it, and there is a legal process that is within council's mean to do that. Sometimes it's definitely very bumpy, without a doubt, but absolutely, zoning is within the control of council.
so back to this number. What Councillor Mafty is suggesting is that there should be 180 units over the next 30 years allowed.
Over the next
I'm saying
27.
that's what the 2022 number would be.
Yeah, well, that's the number they're looking for. How many do we want to see over the next 30 years? And according to your calculations, that would be 180 left.
Yeah, based on the slowish growth scenario as adopted in 2022.
I guess one of the other things to consider is if we're talking about sort of targeting a master plan of infrastructure and whatnot, picking a low number is constantly going to put us in a position where our back's against the wall, as opposed to, you know, if plan for it, and if we don't use it, it's better than if we don't plan for it and we end up in a situation where we can't do anything.
Because of our infrastructure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never bought chocolate that went uneaten.
I don't want to talk.
You have to stop talking about chocolate.
I don't know. It's just something I was thinking about the other day. It's like, yeah.
Mr. Gregg?
Through the mayor, it's a good point, but I think that can be factored in with infrastructure design. It's probably better to have, like, if it's the desire of the community to have X number, we probably should be talking about X. I wanted to get back, as Mr. Lawrence was speaking, it gave me a chance to dig through the slides. The number Councillor Cunnington was looking for, so with that 1,209, and that's not a precise number, but that was just adding up all the projections and guesses. It was almost even. It was about 590 as B&Bs and about 619 that were in the hotel, cabin, resort condo, all those properties looking at them. So it's about half and half.
And that's unbuilt but zoned.
That's unbuilt, but there's a degree of what are we seeing with the patterns of requests and development applications, which often come with we want a variance or a rezoning for an additional X. We're looking at what have we been seeing over the last, say, 5 years, and starting to look at, okay, what would that look like? So so that again gets to the choices and decisions the council make shape this over time. But that's just sort of looking at, well, what's out there today and what could that add up to as a, and the reason we were doing that with housing and tourist accommodation was just total number of toilets flushed, showers running, what does that do to the pipes? And that's where the engineers start doing their numbers.
I don't think we're getting very far here.
If I may, Mayor, what I think I am hearing is that at this point in time, council is still comfortable with that lowish growth rate of that 355, which is currently within the OCP. But council is also indicating a variety of tools that would put the allocation of those units more firmly in the hands of council's determination. So what we could do if this is correct, if I'm hearing what I think I'm hearing, is that, you know, council could say, you know what, the lowish growth rate of 355 as currently embedded within the OCP is accurate for the time being. Staff have heard a lot of discussion about some of the tools and what council is thinking about how to manage tourism growth, but that rate of 355 is not unobjectionable to council at this current time. Again, you can change it, right? We can adjust from there, but it kind of sounds like that's where you're landing-ish. And then we can bring back, as indicated at the end of the report, there's a whole list of different steps that we wanted to bring forward, which would be, okay, if we're still lowish growth, what do you want us to do with this with respect to the zoning, policy, additional or more OCP or less OCP policies that would provide guidance for staff in our discussions with applications coming into the door?
Okay, so let's stick with the 2022 lowish growth, and the number plugged in is 335.
It would be wonderful to have that in a motion from council so that we're
I'm on it.
Okay, Councillor Hoare.
I will move that council indicate that as a starting point and subject to public comment, it intends to amend the, I guess it's not amending it though. Maintain the official community plan bylaw number 1306/2022 to reflect and accommodate a 30-year growth of 335 units of tourist accommodation for long-range planning purposes.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
I will second that.
Councillor Mafty seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? None opposed. That carries. There's
Part 2, I will move that council refer the above motion as a starting point for discussion with the Ucluelethat government on what degrees of tourism sector growth would be appropriate and sustainable within the traditional territory of the Ucluelethat.
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Councillor Kennington seconds. Any further discussion?
I'd just at this point jump in and say I think that the two things that we should stress in those discussions and try to focus the discussions around are the ideas of like what's the total carrying capacity, and also the idea that that number is linked to accommodation or amenities or whatever that could be beneficial to the community. Like the idea is that it's a tool rather than a target, and I think that should be front and center in these discussions.
I think we've made that pretty clear.
I
Not super clear.
But nothing wrong with saying it again.
Right.
I concur.
Any further discussion? All in favor? None opposed. That carries.
Thank you.
Well, that only took an hour and 10 minutes.
That's half as long as I thought it was going to take.
Right?
We went with the lowish.
the lowest length discussion.
I'm going to call a 10-minute break, if that's okay. Come back at 7:19.
What else do you want to agree on tonight?
I'm so gratified. I never thought
I'll call this meeting back to order at 7:24. And I will make a motion that we extend the council meeting beyond 3.5 hours.
I second that.
All in favor? That carries. Thank you. The third report item is 8.3, Subdivision Control Bylaw RFP. This report will be presented by the Director of Engineering Services, Mr. McIntosh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Subdivision Control Bylaw number 521 is overdue for updating. It was last adopted in 1989. The municipality's subdivision control bylaw is a regulation that controls clear standards to guide how developments integrate with the existing community around it. Talking here about streetscape, sidewalks, roads, telephone lights, infrastructure, storm, sewer, water pipes, etc. So the subdivision control bylaw is important to how a small or a large subdivision feels, looks, functions, and integrates with the surrounding community. When a community's subdivision control bylaw is out of date, it can lead to some challenges and misalignments. Subdivisions can not have clear standards, clear communication guidelines, a clear understanding of the specifications that the developers and subdivisions are to install. In light of that and aware of that, the Housing Accelerator Fund had targeted this particular bylaw for replacement. Council will recall that the district received capital from the Housing Accelerator Fund to improve development and increase housing, etc. And this bylaw was targeted as ripe for upgrading. So $50,000 was set aside, and we are now preparing an RFP to upgrade and replace this subdivision control bylaw. There's a little bit of content that can be used for a foundation into this upgrade, and that's the official community plan. It has several policies that form a foundation to guide this bylaw update, and a couple of those are listed in your report, Council. There's also some content created internally by district staff, specifically some streetscape designs, some cross sections, and some community mapping that can help go into this bylaw and shape really how the community looks and how the streetscapes could function if desired. So the project scope for this upgrade is to take that $50,000 to hire some experts who do this every day and to spend about 4 to 6 months going through a fairly defined critical path to update that bylaw. There's two distinct sections or components to this bylaw upgrade. One is a legal component and another is a technical component. The legal component will go out to the municipality's law firm for drafting. And so they'll draft that. And we've proposed that similar communities have recently completed another bylaw that's very similar to this one. It could be used for cost savings or for some sort of compare and contrast for the law firm to draw and use from. On the other side, the technical component will prepare a request for proposals to hire a prime consultant to take this project on. So it'll likely be a civil engineer or something similar. And then they will go through a predefined sort of workflow that's in your report here, Council, that I'll just describe now briefly. So that consultant will work with staff and do a pretty thorough document review, all the necessary documents that are needed to update a bylaw such as this. So of course it's the official community plan, it's the transportation schedules, it's the parks and trails schedules, the specific transportation plan that we have from 2011. It's also the master plans, so utility master plans, water, sewer, storm. And then it's guidelines and best practices from around Canada and around BC. So master municipal construction documents, dark sky policies, environmental best practices, etc. And working with staff, the consultant will absorb, distill, and then integrate all of these best practices, policies, procedures into the proposed draft upgrade of this bylaw. From there, working with staff, the consultant will prepare updated technical specifications and guidelines that will form the technical part of this bylaw. Those will be in draft form. So those are cross sections that specify how wide a road is, where a sidewalk goes, how thick a sidewalk goes, continuity of pipes, could be trees, could be lamp standards, etc. Really focused on streetscape for subdivisions. From there, working with staff again, we will hold an open house and a community engagement. And so that community engagement, there's a couple options here for council to consider. So the community engagement could be sort of our standard engagement that we do for capital projects. So that usually looks like one open house that's a two-way engagement with the community where we are sharing information. So we're sharing boards and asking for feedback. So again, sticky notes on boards. What does the community think? And there's one of those. And so, and then the next option, and this is option B in your report, council. I'll call this sort of community engagement plus. And so there could be some additional funds set aside that's available from the Housing Accelerator Fund, $10,000 additional, to do the standard engagement, so an open house, etc., but also maybe some specific workshops with specific groups, like maybe perhaps we invite developers in or business owners, etc. Those that are really interested in development. So maybe we target those groups and bring them in for a bit of additional workshops. $10,000 doesn't get a long way in the consulting world these days, so maybe it's a large open house and then maybe one workshop, and that consumes that additional $10,000. We'll have to see as we go to market. So from there will be integration of the community input into these draft schedules, and then we'll come and present that to the committee of the whole, really for consideration and direction if we're going in the right direction. And then of course we'll bring both bylaw and the technical standards and specifications to the committee of the whole and to council ultimately for the bylaw adoption. So that's the workflow. That's the critical path. That's the intention. And there's a couple of options in your report, council. So option A is to support and affirm that we're moving in a direction that aligns with council's expectations, and that we have the right complement of documents and content that could go into this bylaw. And then option B is sort of also affirming that we're going in the right direction, aligned with council's expectations, but that we up and increase the amount of community engagement that we're doing. And then option C is to just defer this or delay this update for now and focus on some other things. So just a reminder there that this has been identified in the Housing Accelerator Fund, and so it's aligned with that long-term large goal. So I think this report really, council, is a bit of a check-in before we go to market and go off in this direction and start putting energy into this. And it's a check-in to ask council, do you feel that we have the right content? Is there anything specific that council would like to see us focus on? Are we focusing our efforts on the right things here? And just most specifically, does council endorse the direction that we're going in? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McIntosh. Any questions from council? It's a pretty comprehensive report. Thank you for that. I was leaning toward option B until I realized that there would be an open house in option A. So I'm glad that there is some community involvement. I'm not sure we need to put on any workshops specifically, but I'm glad to see the open house option. Thoughts from councillors? Councillor Hoare?
I mean, my gut says if something crazy came up at a open house that we would probably then do whatever we needed to do afterwards if there was a workshop or something required. So, I mean, as long as there is an open house and there is a chance for the public to see what we're talking about when we talk about, like, you know, what is this, now I can't remember the term, like the ecological landscaping and the swales and stuff. Like sometimes people don't actually have an idea of what that translates to on a street. So
Right.
glad there's public engagement. So.
Yeah, and I'd hate to spend the extra 10,000 to put on a workshop that nobody went to. So,
Right. We can
Anybody else?
occasionally be fiscally
I'd
responsible.
agree with that. I think, you know, people are going to show up if they're interested. There'll be good discussion, and we can go from there. And I'd say we can always spend that 10,000 later rather than sort of blowing the whole wad right off the hop. I see both sides of it. I'd lean towards option A myself, which isn't to say that I think option B is bad, but I'd prefer A. I'm thrifty like that.
yeah. All right. Well, there is a recommendation if anyone would like to move it.
Scrolling.
I got it.
Oh, so close.
So close? Do you want to do it, Mark? It's all good.
Go, by all means.
Okay, my Scottish grandmother said I needed to do this one. So I will move that council affirm that the process, support documents, and deliverables outlined in report number 24-125 align with council's expectations for the development of a bylaw for council consideration, which, if adopted, would replace Ucluelet subdivision control bylaw number 521.
Thank you.
Seconded.
Councillor Anderson seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? None opposed. That carries.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. The fourth report item is 8.4, 2025 to 2029 5-year financial plan. Operational budget presentation. This will be presented by our Director of Finance, Mr. Cadman.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Today I'll be presenting the 2025 to 2029 operational budget. I'd like to thank all the directors for the help in compiling this budget. The focus of this year was to keep the operational increase as low as possible. This is in order to maximize the funds that are there for the capital budget, as that's where we feel the community needs the dollars the most. This presentation will go through each of the department's operating budgets and highlight some of the changes, and we'll finish by tying into the capital budget for some discussion on property tax implications. So this slide we've already seen at the last meeting. It kind of just goes over the schedule. So today we'll be finalizing that first square there where we go through capital and operating budgeting. Based on discussions from today, we'll come back on January 30th. We'll review the full budget. We'll have the open house. The ACRD will also be there to present their budget as well. And then based on the review and public's opinions, we can then either continue and go towards the first and second reading before going to the official public engagement period. Or if at any point in this process, based on public engagement, we decide we need to revisit, because we're ahead of the game, we have time to come back and revisit. So we're in good shape. This is the ideal situation, but if we come back based on public opinion, we have the time to revisit. Okay, so this is kind of the highlight page, so the things that I wanted to highlight as we go through the presentation. So on the revenue side, you can see in 2025, we're forecasting a 20.46 increase in operational revenue. A big part of this was our increase in parking. Originally, we had $200,000 allocated. We're forecasting that'll be $400,000. So that makes a very big difference. We're also looking at reviewing our fire service agreements. The one that we're looking at right now is with the ACRD. As we have more capital infrastructure, the idea is we want to make sure that our partners are contributing to these increases, and we're not fully allocating this just on our citizens. And finally, the interest revenue was also well above initially estimated. What we were able to do is we were able to lock in for a 1-year contract, as we took a large chunk of the money that was in high interest savings and locked it away while interest rates were high. So we were able to take advantage of that as interest rates are dropping. So we forecast that to drop quite significantly in 2026. A big portion of that is interest rates are dropping, and also we're looking at using a large chunk of our reserves to help fund infrastructure. On the expense side, we kept the operational increase to 2.76%. Included in this, we have a new bylaw officer, which we funded through parking program. We have increased recreational programming. This results in increased expense, but that's also counteracted by increased revenues as well. The fire department is also introducing a few new items. This includes life insurance for its members, a new on-call pay system, and a new software system as well. I'd just like to highlight in 2026, there is an increase. We don't know the exact numbers yet, so we put a placeholder in there, and that'll be the increased operational costs from the water treatment plant, both in increased repairs and maintenance of the facility as well as labor hours for operating it. Okay. So the administration department. The administration department revenues, like I touched on, they're going to increase by 50.91% in 2025. The bulk of this is that extra $400,000 that we didn't plan on for interest revenue. So that drops significantly going on to 2026 and 2027. If you look at it across the years and you take out the huge jump in interest, it comes to around a 7% normalized increase. As I said, these investments, they're fixed yield investments, and they will come due in July. We'll then be using the funds from those investments to help fund infrastructure investments. The expense in the administration department is increasing by 0.63%. Included in this are several projects related to the district's IT security. This includes a Microsoft 365 upgrade for enhanced phishing security, a Wi-Fi access point replacement, and a server replacement and relocation to the fire hall. There'll also be a council camera replacement included in there as well. Also, if there's any questions while I go through this presentation, feel free to interrupt me. So in the overall budget, the council's included in the administration budget. So that's included in the 0.63% increase. The council budget alone went up by 0.98%. There's not a huge amount of change in here. It's basically just adding inflationary items to conferences and things like that, increase expense. On the planning and development side, we're forecasting a 4.22% increase in revenue. This is largely due to the increase in building and development permits. The department also does see a 12.2% increase in expense, which sounds really high, but that is funded. It's a resulting of the new bylaw officer, which is funded through the parking program. If you take out the new bylaw officer, it's a 1% increase, which is in line with all the other departments. On the emergency services management, as mentioned earlier, we're in discussions with our protected servicing agreements with our partners. The final numbers have not been finalized, so we went conservative in our forecast. It still represents a 28.9% increase in revenue from the prior years, and we're hopeful that, especially in years 2026 to 2029, that'll be higher. But I want it to be conservative until we have those final numbers. The emergency service and management will experience an 8.92% increase in expenses. Like I said, this is largely due to the life insurance and the paid on-call program. The new software system has an initial spike, but then that drops back down in years 2026 through 2027. It's just the initial outlay costs to get it set up and have all our information transferred over. Recreation is forecasted to see a 3.64% increase in revenues for 2025. This revenue is derived from increase in programming put on by the department. The department is also forecasted to experience an 8.5% increase in expense. This is largely due to the increased programming, so you see an increase in revenue. That's also offset by the increase in cost. The rest of the cost is mostly due to increased janitorial. This is because we have Amphitrite coming online, as well as 3 new public washrooms. So janitorial is where we see a big spike in the increase. Operations is expected to see an increase in revenue of 100%. Like I said, that is due to the parking program, so you take that with what you will. But that parking program, I think this really shows that it's very beneficial to our operating and to the budget as a whole. Originally, we had revenues of $200,000 and expenses of $200,000 just as a placeholder so they even out. But with the revenues going up to $400,000 and the expenses reducing to $100,000, that's a pretty big addition to our overall budget. The expenses are expected to actually decrease by 7.5%. Same thing as with the revenues. This is due to the decrease in parking expenses. If you exclude parking, the operational budget is expected to increase by 2.34%. So the water and sewer systems is where we start getting into more interesting waters. And this is, a large part of because of the capital upgrades that we're seeing in the future, and as well as we're looking at our rates. So the water treatment revenues were actually decreased by 2.48%. This was done to bring revenue more in line with the actual results that we're seeing in the past. Like I mentioned, the water and sewer rates are under review, so this will likely change in 2026 as our rates will begin to actually reflect what's happening within the water and sewer systems. So the expenses were not increased at all in 2025. So I'd really like to thank James, our Director of Engineering Services, which I got the title right, for working through this exercise. We looked at the capital expenditures coming down the line, and we really tried to narrow down on what capital upgrades and what that reduction in repairs and maintenance will be. So we really took a look at this and the sewer budgets in particular to make sure that we were allocating as much of the budget as we could towards capital upgrades while make sure we maintain our appropriate levels of service as well. And this is the sewer system. It's the same thing. Essentially, the revenues were decreased by 3.91%. This is to bring it into line with the revenues that we're actually experiencing currently. As we get our rates reviewed this year, we're working with contractor Waterworth, and it's hopeful that'll come in early in 2025 with the rate review. As saying, the operating budget was kept the same as 2024, with that allocation being put towards capital because that's where we need the funds, and it works as we build out our infrastructure that can also help reduce our repair and maintenance, which is one of the huge selling parts of doing these upgrades. So moving on to the harbor. So the harbor is an interesting one because it's funded 100% internally. All revenues from the harbor must stay within. Any surplus at year end is transferred to the harbor reserve. As you can see there, it's quite healthy. Currently, we're seeing 75 to 80 grand a year in surplus, not accounting for depreciation. Depreciation isn't a cash expense, so that's why it's not on there. Anything that we pay in depreciation still gets transferred to the reserves to go towards capital replacement. So the only thing I'd like to note on this slide is while it does say 75 grand to 80 grand, that's not tied to an asset management strategy. So I think that will be important is as we get our asset management planning done, we can see what is that 70 grand tied to? What are our expenses coming down in the future? That way we can mark our $75,000 to the whatever our capital expenses coming down in the future to see if we need to drop or raise prices accordingly. All right, so that's it for operational. I would like to note 2 capital project updates. So operations was originally budgeted to buy a backhoe for 240 grand. This was on the capital plan. The team was able to find a unit for $180,000 and would like to use the 70 grand remaining to buy an off-road vehicle to help with trail maintenance. The second item is there is a new storm line that has been added for 1920 Peninsula Road for $130,000. This project is resulting from a development permit back in 2019 where the district committed to inputting in a storm line for the project. My understanding is that we're working with lawyers to find out if this is due and when this will be due, but I think it's important to add it in there until we know for sure. Finally, so this is kind of bringing it all together, the operations and the capital, into what the potential property tax implications are. I'd like to note that until the BC assessment values are released in January, this is released on prior year's numbers and is an assessment, an estimate. I would like to thank council and the community as a whole for taking a large step last year and allocating the $1 million towards capital. This was a tough decision to make, but without last year's increase, the capital projects we were discussing would not be able to go ahead at the current schedule without even greater increase in this year. We know that council's objective is to maintain affordability while also ensuring we continue to allocate funds to our capital planning. Last year, council mentioned the possibility of committing to an additional $1 million capital requisition in 2025. The point in this slide is to give us some options as we revisit that and whether council wants to commit to the same or we can relook at some options. So on the slide there, it says that an estimated 3% property tax increase to fund the current operations. Anything above that will be allocated towards capital. And I wanted to give, the options that we kind of talked about last year, the 500,000, the 750, the million, and what those possible implications are, roughly, and get a bit of discussion from council on what you're hearing from the community, what you'd like to see moving forward. If there's a hard stop at, say, 10%, everything below that, that's where we stop, or whether, capital, we want to increase the capital allocation, stay at the million, and just get a bit of discussion from council on where you're feeling and where you'd like to move.
Thank you, Mr. Cadman.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Cadman before we talk about tax implications? It's just great to have all this information so early in the budgeting process, so thank you for that. So last year, we committed to $1 million a year, I believe, for 4 years. So just wondering if that is still council's wish. Do we want to stick with that, or have we heard feedback from the public that they want to keep their taxes a bit lower this year, or what are we hearing?
I definitely got an earful. Yeah, especially businesses. They felt it. There were people that said that if they got hit again as hard or as they did last year, that they don't know if they can do it. It was a real. I get the benefit 100%, but I didn't think it would be. It was funny because it took a while before people really said anything about it. It was like there was a lag of like 6 months to a year, and then I really started getting. Yeah, so I'd like to. I'd have to jump into it a little more and see what the ramifications are, but yeah, I think the 10% staying beneath that would be great.
I think there's the impending U.S. tariffs that are going to come into play are expected to have a serious impact on the Canadian economy.
Right.
And that will happen right around the time that we're talking about collecting taxes as well. I think we're expecting some pretty large. The job losses here won't be dramatic, other than the fact that I think it will dramatically affect tourism, which is basically the economy here. And then especially when it comes to the business tax rates, I think it's going to be a challenging year, and I think it's going to be a challenging year for everybody. And last year was a huge hit, and I don't want to do it to them again. That's where I'm going to stand on that.
Okay, you're going to have to repeat that all over again.
Oh my God.
I was looking to see if your light was on, and I couldn't see it, but I
Trump's
didn't
coming in. The economy is going down. People got hit hard last year. I'm concerned about businesses and residents having to take another hit right when the economy takes a shift downward. And I think that's widely accepted theory that we're headed into high unemployment, a hit to the tourism industry, and potentially some challenging times for people in town. So it was a big commitment last year, and people stepped up, and some people are upset. And I think we just need to dial it back this year and just see how things play out down in the States before we make a big move again.
You were talking about the U.S. tariffs coming in.
The U.S. tariffs, and I feel that that's going to have a huge impact on our tourism base, which would be largely from Vancouver and down island. I think a lot of people are going to be tightening their belts, and I know I always say this, I'm a bit of a sky is falling kind of person, but like this time it's what everybody's talking about, so I don't think it's crying wolf.
So probably not the $1 million then.
Definitely not the $1 million, and I'm particularly concerned about businesses because as I understand it, it was a tough year. Tourism is down. Room like vacancy rates are high, so I think it would be a challenge, and I think there'd be a lot of flack for it. Even though I see the benefits of what we could do with that, I think everybody's going to have to tighten their belt, including us.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Mafty?
Last year, I pushed pretty hard for the max, and my perception was that no one was thrilled about it, but everyone kind of understood where we were coming from and understood the community benefit. I once again agree with a lot of what Councillor Kennington had to say. I think people still appreciate the value of investing now rather than spending more later, but I think that maybe we could, we don't have to go hard all the time every time, and it might make sense to downplay it a little bit, see how things go. But I would probably lean more towards option 2. I think there's very little appetite for option 3. People rose to the occasion last year, and I think that was great. Yeah, I'd push for option 2 or reluctantly option 1, but I think $1 million is a bit too much given the circumstances.
Given the forecasted economy and
Maybe we'll get lots of American tourists though, but
That's possible.
it's possible, but that's not historically where
That's
the
not
demographic
where-
has
yeah,
come.
It's not
Yeah.
our demographic.
so this might be just the right year to dial it back a bit. Yeah.
I don't think it's the right year to go hard again. That's for
Right.
sure.
Yeah, I
Well,
get that.
a lot of the decisions we made last year were largely based around infrastructure, and if we're going hard after these grants that we're talking about to pay for some of this infrastructure, we need to lean into that and try and get as much from the federal government and provincial government to do these things. And inevitably we are all going to pay for that too, right? As income taxes go up, but we can't control that. All we can control is this.
Yeah, there is the new federal infrastructure grant that staff is working on, correct, Mr. Lawrence?
Yes, that's correct. It's the Canadian Housing Infrastructure Fund, so a CHIF grant.
And it's first come, first serve, from what I remember.
There are two or three different streams to it. One is the direct funding from the federal government, which is open now, and it's kind of first come, first serve, best application. So this is where we're pushing hard to get an application for it. Council will see something in January. The provincial side of that is a little bit different, and we're still waiting for the details because the provinces have to sign off on a contribution agreement, I believe, with the federal government before those funds are allocated to the various provinces. So we don't know what that one looks like at this point in time.
So go for the federal one for now.
We feel we're in a pretty good position at this point in time to pursue that.
Right. Excellent. And they'll fund up to 50%?
50% of the total project, which can be multiple projects wrapped into one. So Mr. McIntosh's presentation at the previous council meeting about the 15 wastewater treatment projects can all be bundled up into one project that we can apply for.
That's fantastic. Okay. Wish us luck on that one.
Can I just make one final comment? I know we discussed the parking in depth at the last meeting, and one of the arguments that I made and in my head was that if we're going to institute this program, it's going to generate revenue for the community, and I think that's another reason why if we have this additional source of revenue that we didn't have before, it would be a little bit disingenuous to sort of be like, and we're going to lean on the community the same way we did in previous years. So
Good point. Any other comments, Councillor Hoare?
Yeah, I was going to make that point, Councillor Mafty, so thanks for doing it. Yeah, I do think it's been a really rough year for peeps. You don't have to be in town to hear from them, just so you know. Yeah, I would tend to lean towards option 2. I would like to keep it under 10 for sure. So
Yeah, I'm leaning that way as well, option 2. Councillor Anderson?
Yeah, I think, and it would be a shame if, because taxes went up so high last year. One of the things that I was mentioning to folks is with the pay parking, we should be able to normalize over time. So if we get pay parking and the taxes don't level out, then they'll tar and feather us. I'm sure. But yeah, same thing. I I think people need a break from last year, so I would say 10 or less.
Okay, Mr. Cadman, does that give you an area to focus on?
Definitely. We'll be finalizing the budget, and then in January, once the assessment numbers come out, then the January 30th, we'll build it out based on that, and we'll go from there.
Okay, great. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, we added 8.5 CBT Director Alternate. This is the final report item. So staff are seeking direction on whether to repost this volunteer position because there were no applicants for it, or if any council member is interested in filling this position, which is the other alternative. So thoughts? Should we repost? Is anyone on council interested in being the alternate director on the CBT?
The one thing that I'd mention is I understand there was some preference for a youth candidate. I realized there weren't any applicants. I don't know. It might be worth reposting or...
Are you the youngest person here?
I am the youngest person here. I would like to do this. The honest to goodness truth is I'm overextended at this point, and I feel like I'm already, not meeting the requirements of the commitments I've already made. So I would really like to say yes to this, but I feel like if I do that,
Don't look at me.
I'm gonna leave someone hanging. You're the youngest at heart, maybe though.
Do you need to be on another committee, Councillor Kennington?
Absolutely not. I am over capacity.
Okay. Looking to my left, nobody's interested.
I'm tapped out.
Yeah, I think we're all feeling that.
Can we repost this and maybe contact how do we define youth? Like, could we contact the school? Is there somebody that's, upper level?
No, it's 18 to 25.
Okay.
18 to 25, yeah.
Sorry. That was the one I didn't read of the late agenda items.
Okay, well then, if none of us are interested, there is a recommendation, and I can make that motion. I'll move that council direct staff to repost the Clayoquot Biosphere Trust alternate director position. Do I have a seconder?
No, second.
Councillor Hoare seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? None opposed? That carries. Thank you. Are there any notices of motion? Seeing none, there are two correspondence items. There is one from Judy Gray regarding Ucluelet housing stats. And I did do a little bit of digging into this. She seems to be comparing zoned properties and building permits. And although the district has control over zoning, we do not have any influence regarding whether or not a property owner will pull a building permit. The district only has influence over the review process, which is heavily influenced by how complete an application is and to the extent it is code compliant. So we received 64 permit applications in 2024 and 80 in 2023, meaning that 2024 has been slower. And the theory is that the cost of borrowing and the increase in the cost of building has affected that, both those things. We also don't have information on why some applications are stalled or withdrawn. It's usually for personal reasons with the owner of the property. We do know if applications are rejected, it's primarily because the applicant wants to do something that is not permitted under the code or land use bylaws. If an application is compliant with our land use regulations and code, then the building permit is issued. So that was the digging that I did into it. I don't know if anyone has any other comments on Ms. Gray's letter. No? Okay. Any questions to staff about this?
Did that say building sorry, it's late. Building permits issued or building permits applied for? Like you said 84 in 2023 and then
64 applications in 2024 and 80 applications in 2023.
How many issued?
That it doesn't say.
Because that's really the crux of the situation.
Perhaps Mr. Gregg has some insight into that. Mr. Gregg?
Last I heard through the mayor, we're over 55 building permits issued this year. So the majority of them are issued, and generally it's a matter of when they, some take a while if an owner doesn't bring in the plans to show that they meet the building code. I think there was some confusion between some of the provincial requirements or projections for what housing requirements are, and some urban communities have been given targets with building permits. Most municipalities, all municipalities our size, have not. So all those projections were really around zoned capacity. That the 5 and 20-year projections, they're kind of apples and oranges.
Okay, I heard half of what you said there, but
oh, sorry. Did you have a part of it? Do you want me to repeat it or to?
Sure.
So the building permits, last number that I heard was like we were over 55 building permits issued this year, and that would be renovation, commercial, housing, all kinds of things. So the majority of the permits are issued, and it's really a matter of showing that you meet code and you get a building permit at that point. But I think there was some confusion in the projections or the requirements for municipalities to show building permits and the targets that the province has handed down. Urban municipalities, and Oak Bay, we'll say, is the poster child that was in the news for. They were given a target for so many building permits per year. The urban municipalities have those. Smaller municipalities do not. We do not have a target for building permits every year that's been handed to us by the province. The 5 and 20-year projections for housing is about zoned capacity. That's by legislation, and we need to make sure we have enough capacity in our zoning. So the analysis of where we're at was really a snapshot to say, well, okay, 250 or 800, 250 in 5 years and 800 in 20 years, where are we at? Is that like, oh, we got to change a whole lot or not? And really the result is like, not majorly. We have a lot of zone capacity out there. So I think it was sort of confusing those two kinds of targets. They're really apples and oranges.
Great. Thank you for that insight. Okay, we're on to information items. There are 2 items. The first is the resolution tracker. Does anyone have any questions about the resolution tracker? This is one of the biggest ones I've seen in a while. We've been making a lot of resolutions, clearly. Okay, so no questions on that one. That's for information only. The second information item is the appointment of the Pacific Rim School District trustee, and SD70 has reappointed Cynthia Orr to be our representative on the school district. So great to have her back. Congratulations, Cynthia. Mayor's announcements and council committee reports. So as far as I know, the sail past is happening tomorrow evening. It was going to be Wednesday or Thursday based on weather, and I think tomorrow's weather is looking a little better than Thursday's weather. So get out there and cheer on the boats. And we'll move into committee reports. Councillor Anderson.
Not too much since the last meeting, except for the release of animals.
The aquarium?
The aquarium, yeah.
Did you attend that?
I saw Mr. Rotenberg there. Yeah, that was great. The kids really like it. They have hot chocolate. Laura does a tremendous job on that. That was a fun time. And then we picked up a Christmas tree from the grade 7s. Are trying to raise money for a trip, so that was done. I think Bronwyn set that up. I think at the rented center, so that was great. And but no real official business.
Great, thank you.
Fish business, no official.
Fishy business.
A lot of stars, sea stars.
Did your children participate by taking some critters and dumping them?
He didn't want to. He just kind of wanted to go up to the top and watch the other kids throw them off the side. But there was quite a lineup, right? To get a. How long did you wait in line, Joey, for the?
Through the mayor, 2 children, much rain. My kids did not fall in the drink.
Excellent. That's good news.
Great report.
We'll count that as a positive.
Councillor Hoare.
No meetings to report on, but just a reminder that this Friday and Saturday night is the Glee Show here in the community center. It is called In My Diva Era, and the kids are singing a whole lot of songs. And tickets are available at the door or in advance at Image West. They're $10. Bring cash because we can't take your card at the door. And I say that as the person who's always sitting at the door telling people that they need $20 to get themselves and their person in the door. Also, there's concession. And there's always lots of great donated treats. And there is always 50-50. I haven't made sure there are tickets for that yet, but I'm pretty much sure there's 50-50. And so if you come on either of those nights, I'll probably, pull the wallet out of your back pocket and make you buy a few tickets. Because, all the money goes to the Glee. So it should be a good time. I brought a whole bunch of sparkly ribbon back from the big city. I have no idea how it's being used. I just get lists of things that need to come back into town for these things. So, yeah. Doors at 6, shows at 6:30-ish. I know it says sharp on there, but I've met Courtney and it's probably not that sharp. But it'll be a good time. That I can guarantee you. If you've never heard the kids in this town sing, get your butts out the door and come see them. It's totally worth it. Those are your little community members. They may not vote yet, but they vote eventually.
So support them. Okay, great. Councillor Kennington.
Nothing to report, but I'd like to remind people that the REMAX, Judy Gray's office, has the Angel program happening, so go pick a name off the tree and find a gift and make somebody's Christmas. I think there's a lot of names on the tree right now, so it'd be great if people could get out.
And that's at her office, at the
At her
REMAX office?
In the Moorage.
In the Moorage, yeah. The CIBC used to have it at the bank there, but I think the last few years it's been at REMAX.
Yeah.
I'm going to jump in a little bit and tag onto that. I spoke to the people at the food bank on the Edge today, and they've had more people applying for hampers, last-minute applications. So please go grab a name off that tree and get some treats, because there's a lot of kids, unfortunately, who are using the food bank services and the hampers.
And the food bank is also collecting coats and hats, and they'll have them at the hamper distribution day so that families can help themselves if need be. And I know BlackRock has a big donation box right in their lobby. If you don't want to go down to the food bank itself, you can just pop into BlackRock and donate some coats and hats that you don't use anymore. Okay, Councillor Mafty.
Nothing to report. I'm looking forward to Glee. Mallory's in it, so I'm
Good.
going no matter what. She's thrilled, and it's it's going to be a good time as always, I'm sure.
Sweet. I had no idea your kid was in it this year.
Oh yeah.
No, I've been away, but now I'm nothing but Glee once I get past.
Yeah, she
council.
was just in practice right before the meeting. Yeah.
Sweet.
Excellent. Okay, for myself, I guess I got all the meetings that none of you got. November 27th, I went to the seniors' lunch at Forest Glen. That's the first time I've attended the seniors' lunch at Forest Glen. It was here at the community center for quite some time, but they're back at Forest Glen now. Abby was the guest speaker talking about the accessibility committee, and some of the comments that the seniors made definitely revolved around having more benches around town for when they're out walking and they get tired, they can sit down. So that was good feedback. And then 1:30 that day, I had an ACRD board meeting on Zoom. Nothing really affecting the West Coast too much on that one. November 28th, I was on Tough City Radio with Cam at 1 o'clock. And I believe the shows are recorded, so there is a way to listen to them if you really want to. And then I was at the Pacific Rim Whale Festival AGM that night, the November 28th. Same board members as before, as last year. They are looking for some new board members if anybody has a hankering to help out the Whale Festival. It's already shaping up to be a really good festival for this coming year. And we did authorize a bit of money to put toward an assistant for our coordinator, so she's not putting in 80 hours a week when it comes time to the festival. November 29th at 9:30, I came here and spoke to the Leadership Vancouver Island cohort here at the UCC, just giving a little pep talk about leadership. It's always nice. I was in the second cohort, and I think they're up to like the 9th one right now. It's been going on for quite some time. And then that day was the ribbon cutting at Peninsula Road. You forgot about that one. And then we served hot chocolate down at the Village Green as a precursor to the Midnight Madness event that was taking place all over town, and it was a very busy one this year. The stores were packed, which I was really happy to see, and happy to see people supporting those Peninsula Road businesses that had some loss of business because of the Peninsula Road upgrade. December 3rd. Oh, gotta get caught up here. Hold on. December 3rd, I was at the co-op with my CAO, Mr. Lawrence, at 11 o'clock for a check presentation by the co-op to the Clayoquot Biosphere Trust, presenting them a check for $300,000, specifically to do with their new building that they're hoping to break ground on in the spring, and specifically for the kitchen that's going into that building. So that was a really interesting, really fun presentation to attend. December 4th at 10 o'clock, I had a West Coast Committee meeting. They held it here in this room. I had to sit there because I don't chair that meeting, so that felt weird. It was also on Zoom, and we had 3 delegations. We had, here we are. We had the Multiplex Society. We had the WildSafe Society with Bob Hansen. And then we had Seth Wright, who's the Senior Manager of Government Relations with BC Transit, talking about how the transit system is going to change in the spring once BC Transit is involved, and it will increase the hours and the service level of the buses. So that's really good news. 12:30, I attended the holiday lunch here at the community center, which is always a great chance to mingle with friends, old and new. Food was fabulous. And at 6 o'clock that night, I attended the Rotary AGM at the Eagle's Nest, and that the Rotary is also looking for new members, well, just members in general, but also for their board. So if that's a cause that you feel able to support, then I suggest that you get in touch with the Rotary. And then Jeff Anderson is, the current president. He's the outgoing one, I guess. Nobody put their hand up to be the incoming one yet, but they do a lot of good projects around the community. Yeah. And then December 5th, I had a resort community collaborative mayors meeting on Teams. There were 8 of us there, and looking forward to having a roundtable meeting with the new Minister of Tourism on December 16th from 10 till 11 a.m. Virtually. So that meeting was kind of gearing up for the meeting with the new Minister of Tourism. And then on Saturday, I attended the Ucluelet Fire Rescue Christmas Banquet at Blackrock. And the food was fabulous, and I got to help Chief Geddes give out awards, and it was and firefighter Ailsa Terry got Firefighter of the Year, so that was an awesome award to see her get. And that's it for my meetings.
I saw a clip that Chief Geddes plays drums.
Oh, that must have been after I left.
Mm.
Interesting. What you learn at the banquets, eh? All right, we're into the downward slide here. We're now moving on to question period. This is an opportunity for the public to ask questions and comment on matters within Council's jurisdiction. Representations about bylaws that Council is prohibited from holding a public hearing on, or bylaws that were subject to a public hearing, are not permitted at this time. Are there any audience members that wish to address Council? We have nobody left in the room. Are there any members of the public attending by Zoom or telephone that wish to address Council?
If anyone on Zoom wishes to address Council, please raise your hand. On telephone, please dial *9. No hands are raised at this time.
Okay, thank you. So I move that the December 10th, 2024 regular council meeting be closed to the public pursuant to the following section of the Community Charter. 90(1)(c), labor relations or other employee relations. And that is at 8:22.
I'll second.
Oh. Councillor Hoare seconds. All in favor? None opposed. That carries. All right. Yeah, go.
Not yet.